let them look. Cause we gon'
They will watch us shake the ground. All this lightness, it will fill the air around. Oh, not asleep or awake. Oh, let the future escape. Burning dreams take me back to you in the night when I heard your call. We're not the only ones. 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 Dreams too in the We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones.
Once upon a time, we had it all, sitting safe behind our castle wall. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stay? Run like a fire, willful and wild. This isn't life that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, stare into the sun. Then just
Yeah, picture yourself with your arm raised. Yo. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, no, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, no, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds.
We've been in the gym, yeah, we've been in the gym. Focused on the win, what you say, boy? Come again, hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin', hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Coming for the top, boy, who gon' say a word to stop us? Climbing up so high that you gon' need a bird to watch us, boy, that's way up. We serving L's to those with nerves to mock us, boy, don't play us. The vibes we got get blocked, approaches proper. Them dudes got majors ambitions, we ain't going for birdie. Legends in the making, dog, you watching 30 for 30. I keep a prayer for the fake, got the real and dodge the snakes. Only mamba I rock with got 24 on the jersey. You about to witness something legendary. Ooh, I think they blind, they tryna see us, that's imaginary. You done lost your mind, sleeping on the squad, don't fit no competition. Hold up, slept on our greatness long enough. Now we gon' run the score up. We tryna make cap and gowns, focused on the dub, but we not backing down. How you gon' stop the plan of God when he marching with the squad? Look at me, this RMG, and we the captains now. We been in the gym, yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win, what you say, boy? Come again, hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin', hey, who gon' stop us now? Who gon' stop us now? Who gon' stop us now? Who gon' stop us now?
I've been in the gym and I'm flexing monsters. Run up and check like a marathon, saying we gon' lose. It's like speaking nonsense. Not conscious how these jabs sting like I bang choppers. Boy, I slang linos like Steph Curry. Then Usain jogging. And I am the game like my name Harlem. Who gon' step and save his name? Return the kick like Devin Hester. In the end zone flexing. I'm talking harder than the reverend. Don't wanna hit it, it was destined. I train harder than legend. Need a trophy, I ain't resting. Ate a bag just for breakfast.
Yeah, ate a bag just for breakfast. And a rapper that was flexing. Spit the bones out of catfish. But I swallowed all the threats, better put me on the checklist. I ain't playing, I repeat it till they all get the message.
Yeah, there'll never be another one that can't. I throw everything, the kitchen, the sink, the toilet, the plumbing. I still come, I smell it like potpourri. Y'all gotta know when you get to the studio. I've been focused, I've been going. You been knowing now I'm not the one to sleep on. I burned down the room like I hopped on a dragon trying to get the iron thought. Yeah, we been in the gym. Focused on the win, what you say, boy? Come again, hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin'. Who gon' stop us now? Who gon' stop us now? Who gon' stop us now? Who gon' stop us now?
I'll watch you while you put on and count the final steps you take before you're gone. I wish you turned just one last time around to see the skies above me falling down. I don't know why you just can't stay here while we say goodbye. You can't deny what you realize. I need more than a keepsake. I need you for real. Don't act with the handshake. I need more than a keepsake. I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. You came like a natural disaster. I didn't run away. I thought, bring it on, I'm getting faster, but it's far too late. Now I'm right in the middle of your fort. I tried to hold on to wind and weather, but you're heading north. I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? deny we had everything here. Don't you realize I need more than a keepsake? I need you for real. Don't end with the handshake. I need more than a keepsake. I need you to feel. Don't cut off the. I need more than a keepsake. I need you for real. Don't end with the handshake. I need more than a keepsake. I need you to feel. Don't cut off the outtakes. More than a keepsake. I need more than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. Oh, I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You can't deny. Don't you realize I need more than a keepsake? I need you for real. Don't end with the handshake. I need more than a keepsake. I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah, no L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy. Everything crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I go crazy.
Seem like every chance that I get, I show out like a pair of Lambo doors on the whip. My sneakers on the floor, man, you know they cuss the grip. They know I go crazy anytime I can flip. Lost lifestyle, I be flexing like I live. Cheerleader on the side, wanna come and give me kiss and trip. One time I took a loss, I've been winning ever since. Got my drum bag on me, you don't want me to unzip. I could give you 50, try to tell you I'm legit. I could be the reason why you going to the ship. I could be the reason why you going to the ship.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah, no L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Every trip, I go crazy. Yeah, I'ma do this face up, I don't need a pick. I be snipe it, I don't really miss. Trigger finger, I gotta pull it. Easy money, it's all in the wrist. Dog it on my back. Side, that's when I'm the best, yeah. Taking all bits, if I shoot it then it's wet, yeah. I'm a real threat, yeah. I ain't done yet. Double back, do it again, just in case you forget. Now you know who it is. Putting blood, sweat, and tears. I die for this here, bought for life, that's real. Like cleats in the field, put in work, do drills. I just gotta get in there, big word, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah, no L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I go crazy. Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah, no L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, crazy. Man, I swear, every trip, I go crazy.
could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating so. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on, your every word, the love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. Just you and me, I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound, 'cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground. I've never been this way. I feel so hard. And in my life, I'll bring you a start. I can't walk away. My feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
Game over, you can feel the ground rumble when I hit the ground running. You should move a lane over. Rain holder, we don't run on the same motor. I'm a chain smoker, you a lighter to a flamethrower. I come from an insane culture, living like a trained soldier. Just to make it a day older, no closure. Remain closer to the days when I could feel the hunger pains I knew I would take.
She did. control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking that. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Letting go of the fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up above. Feels good. Starting to believe what will be will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? Good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up above. Feels good. Feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Rising up above. Fear and its pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up above.
No point in fighting. It's hard. Wake up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Sad words are spoken. Move on. It's broken. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free.
Я тебя полаю. Лежать.
Hello, everybody, and welcome
Лежать.
to the LPL recap, the first ever episode. We're aware that there are 7 days of LPL every single week, and you can't watch every single game. So I'm here to give you a bit of a recap
Лежать.
on the most important ones that happen each week. This one will be recapping the first 5 days we've had of LPL.
Что?
And I can talk you through each and every single game we're going to go through. OMG versus Suning, V5 versus OMG, LGD versus E-Star, and I wish I could go into every game for you, but they just isn't time to go into them. So with that said, this series that I'm going to talk about today, and that's OMG against RNG. This is a historical matchup within the LPL, and even more so because Wang Xing has been replaced by the new top laner, Nu. You can see him right OMG's face, and Xiaolong Bao especially looked dominant throughout this series, proactively ganking for Xiaohu and alongside Xiaohu on this Twisted Fate, setting up RNG with a huge lead in the series, and you can see that in game number 1. This Atlas would say in the LCK, RNG just slapping OMG with their wallets, and obviously this was all off the back of a big old snowball, managing to grab himself a pentakill in his first game of the split. But when it came to game number 2, OMG did a being even in gold, but ultimately it came down to Xiaolong Bao once again on this Loba OMG when it came to the team fights. That's what it all came down to. And RNG, they look like a whole new team. They look like a take to this stage once more, and RNG not making playoffs last split. Suddenly there's a lot of questions around them, but Xiaolong Bao stepping up. Xiaohu is stepping up on Bao. He's looking fantastic on this Lee Sin, and most importantly, this is a team that is playing with confidence, and it makes me wonder what is ahead for RNG. Not a good look for Owen. With that one in the books, let's take a look at our second series that we're going to jump into. With WE up against Suning, and this matchup was very much about Suning trying to survive. The first game was all about WE playing the WE style. They got Echo for Beisheng, they got Pantheon for Tichama, and they were able to snowball off of a lead in the early game. They got a lot to get control of the Drakes after the first two, getting 3 Infernals for themselves. They got 1 win, but then suddenly Suning came out of nowhere. Angel, you can see him on the casting, was able to annihilate Beisheng, deny the Infernal Soul in game number 2, and from that point on, it felt like W couldn't win out these team fights. And Angel's Kassadin, we all know it. It has an incredible win record, and he's an incredible player on it. And the team fights from Suning just looked magnificent. Then, game number 3, it got even crazier when it came to the team fighting from Suning. They weathered the storm once again from WE, who brought a set mid lane in there, having all of this damage with Huanfeng on the Ashe, having some incredible crystalline arrows. Suddenly, we got to see why Suning are considered scrim gods right now, because when they're playing on the same page, when they're team fighting, to beat WE 2-1 in the end. Phenomenal stuff for Suning, phenomenal stuff if you guys are fans of them at home. But then we moved on to, or let's move on to our third series that we're going to talk about today. It's going to be V5 after their first win of the split that they managed to get over DMO. OMG did look like they were going to be able to give some kind of a fight here. V5 managing to win out the first series as Hacker went way too deep, and V5 pounced on them, controlling the Dragons in the early game. And when they thought BuBu was caught out, OMG overextended too far. He had the team able to get on into the fight, help him out, and then Mole could teleport all the way to the mid lane with the Baron already on them. V5 were able to close the first game out confidently. Going into the second game though, OMG were not done just yet with SMLs. They were able to win out some convincing team fights. There were a lot of fights in this game, especially in the late game. I can't show you all of them, but OMG did look incredibly good. SMLZ especially on this Aphelios, and Samdi desperately trying to do things on the Kalista. They got the Baron, but it wasn't enough to get the game. It evened things up, and then V5 coming into the third game of the series really turned things on, and it was about the way they were playing the map. You can see in this clip, but they're punished for it and lose a kill. In the meantime, Weiwei and Mole drop their Herald in the mid lane, get 2 towers for themselves, and that slingshot V5 into the lead. And then just check this fight out from PP God and Sam D. This new bot lane duo for V5 look insane. It looked so good for OMG, might be able to pop off once again, but PP God walks on up, exhausts him, stops him doing anything, and then in comes Sam D to clean up the fight and grab himself a quadra kill. V5 win out the series 2-1 in the end, and what a way to do it against OMG as well. V5, the team that everyone thought was a nobody back in spring. They didn't win a single series. Evil team at least. We'll see if they can keep that ball rolling. LGD versus E-Star. Both of these teams very much had something to prove coming on in. E-Star with a change in the mid lane, Fun on the other side with pretty much an entirely new roster, just Kramer and Peanut, the two men standing for this team. And LGD are looking really good, but E-Star did manage a lot of back and forth fights between these two teams, and honestly, the whole series felt like a battle of mechanics. E-Star were able to win out the first one. You saw the final fight of it there, and they were able to snowball that one. But E-Star are consistently trying to force these in. They had the Infernal Dragon stack. They had a gold lead in game number 2, and E-Star, it felt a little bit like those fights were just last chance saloon. And then game number 3, similar story. LGD were able to snowball a little bit more effectively though. They nearly ended the game here, but E-Star, managing to hold on by the skin of their teeth, seemed to forget that they were up against a twisted fate. And this thing over the Cloud Dragon, but you can see Shie is about to respawn on the left of your screen. Immediately teleports straight on into the base. While all of this fighting is going off, E-Star are stuck. LGD just have to stop the ports, and it means that Shie could get into by himself. An amazing way for LGD to get their first win on the board for the split. And LGD, they've got to be happy with their new roster. And E-Star, I mean, it was about as close as it could for them as we move forward in this split. The final game though that I want to tell you guys about is a whole different story. The world champions FPX went against LNG, lost. FPX started the series strong. They were able to win things out in the first game with the LWX popping off on this Ezreal and managing to win out the fights in the end. A double TP off the back of that fight coming out from them was able to close out the game. But then LNG just turned things early game, controlling the dragons. And then when we got to the later stages of the game, Maple feels like a changed mid laner. Earlier on in this split, we saw them against Suning, and Maple was nowhere to be seen for the whole series. But against FPX, Maple turned its Wolves player back once again, and FPX, even in the early game, even when we know FPX to be at their strongest, LNG were taking it to them. Light as well on his Aphelios, but also on the Ashe earlier in this series, looking incredibly good. And suddenly, we're having some real questions about where LNG stands in the mix of the LPL teams right now, because FPX could not match their early game. And then the Wombo combo comes on through once again. This was with Doing B on the Galio as well, but Light was there on the Aphelios. He was able to just free fire this entire fight, and they were so far ahead from the early snowball. There was nothing FPX could do. And honestly, completely uncharacteristic loss from FPX, but uncharacteristic win from LNG as well when you look at their spring summer. I don't know what they ate for breakfast that day, but I'm excited for what's next for LNG. But that is all of the series that we have time to recap today. I hope you enjoyed the first episode. If you've got any feedback, make sure you hit me up on Twitter and let me know what's going on. Let me know what series you want the LPL. But that's been it. I've been Munchables. This has been the LPL recap. Make sure you join us next time. Thanks for watching the LPL recap. If you want the LPL English YouTube channel.
Got a feeling nothing is very slow. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. Ooh. touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground. Nervous, watching up again. Pulses racing. You're moving on ahead, chasing the dream. Suddenly, so.
Да, я...
To week number 3 of the LPL. I can't believe we're already on week 3, Rob. It is flying by. My name is. We get our games underway today.
Yeah, I am so excited to get these games underway. Baffling to me that we're already flying through this bit.
Which we're going through, but there is plenty more to come. It's going to be our longer split than the last one because we don't have any complications to mix things up this time around. We are a 7-day league, not soon against IG, and IG finally coming back into.
We're able to step it up, and Sunning, unfortunately, for a team that we are looking at them gathering speed, weren't able to.
Obviously, later on in the day, I'm sure you guys all heard already, Top Esports looking dominant against JDG in a rematch of the final. Pretty 2-0 series as well.
Well earned as well for Top Esports. As you said, dominant against JDG, now standing top of the table. This is where I expect them, honestly, to sit for the rest.
But looking comfortably like the best team in the league right now. But there are plenty of series to go. There are plenty of teams that are going to try and challenge them. These are 4 of those teams. BLG versus E-Star to start our day off. Both teams with varying expectations. BLG, a lot of work on their plates if they want to take E-Star on.
Most certainly. And then for our second series of the day, VG versus W out on top of that.
Yeah, we'll see later on today. The graphic on the right-hand side, both of the aggressors in the series, E-Stars and WE. I mean, that was one of my favorite playoff matches, honestly. When you think back to the playoffs, E-Star versus WE just brawls 24/7.
And hype action, especially in those early to mid stages of the game. But we'll have to see if we get the same today in our first series of the day.
We'll have to see. Week 2 was kind of a slow week when it came to early action. It feels like the meta's slowing down, but we'll get into that later on. Let's look at week number 2, though, at our best of the Rift. The guys, they really separated themselves from the crowd, and I love that we're seeing teams like LGD, like LNG.
Expected that if you were talking about spring split, but definitely coming into summer, LNG have looked impeccable. LG there, Top Esports, 369 and Knight sitting pretty inside alongside Shalongbet.
Yeah, Knight especially. I mean, all stepped up actually in the mid lane. I was glad to see Light, his teammate, the AD carry, managing to make the list. But our MVP overall, it is going to go to that mid lane. It is going to be Knight in that mid lane with his armor on.
And he's been incredibly impressive as well. You saw him opting in towards that Lissandra LeBlanc matchup against JDG. And for a champion that you usually look at Lissandra to not have the biggest of impacts, Knight made that pick work so beautifully in that finals rematch.
Yeah, and I mean, he has just looked exceptional ever since well, ever since Jackie joined the team, but even before that, he was one of the more consistent members. But it feels like since that change in top esports, he's been unleashed. He's been able to do whatever he needs to, whatever he wants to.
Especially coming off the back of MSC, a lot of people were looking at him going, hey, look, this is the guy to watch coming out of the LPL. This is the mid laner to put up among the names of the likes of Doomby and Rookie, and he's been stepping up so much.
Now, I do want to keep talking about Knight, but unfortunately, he's not played today. So let's move on from the conversation about our MVP. Talk a little bit about BLG that are coming on in, because, you know, back in spring, they didn't have the greatest performance. They had pretty high expectations, but not the greatest performance. Now in summer, we started to see a similar trend going on here, Doctor.
Yeah, and I keep having whispers when we were coming into the spring, started to pick it up in scrims that everything was looking a lot better coming into summer, but we haven't seen that come out on the Rift so far. Still seeing a lot of misunderstanding where their composition is strong and how to play towards that.
One of the big things coming in the AD carry role, you know, he came in with quite a bit of hype out of the LDL. So far, we've not the way I was promised.
Well, I think we've got a lot of that coming in on BLG, right? So we got Best coming up from the LDL team, and it feels like a lot of these guys are still trying to find their way in. And BLG, where I being one of the smartest teams, at least that was the story coming in to spring. That hasn't been what we've seen so far. Cons, they've been caught out in several different positions, like you're seeing from King in here. And the results in one, the enemy avoiding the play altogether, or two, the enemy making plays elsewhere on the map while they're avoiding the play altogether. So it hasn't in the summer still.
And it feels like, I don't know, it feels like it's hard to put your finger on exactly why. But I know you're usually the analyst, Dagda, but I wanted to turn it here. I'm going to put on my analyst hat. I'm going to pretend to be LS for a couple of minutes here and talk you through some of the LS analyzing teams. He often talks about teams ping-ponging, right, with the minion waves. Meteor used to be a youth ping-pong champion, and when you think of Meteor, you think of the Maokai jungle that he used to play last split, and things like the Trundle as well. When you think about Maokai is a tree, but when you combine those two, BLG are trolling, and I'm stumped on how on earth they get out of this hole that they've done for the BLG. Nothing seems to be working.
It really doesn't, and it's upsetting to see, because when you look at the individual talent things, I mean, Meteor last year, rookie of the season. When you look over at the top, there's such strong performers that are on this roster alongside Fofo from the LMS, but whatever's happened is not
looking good for BLG. On the other side as well, E-Star though, well, they haven't changed all too much. They are looking good. It feels like it's a new dog with old tricks, because they did change dangers. It's not affected their playstyle.
No, we're still seeing the same old aggression out of E-Star, particularly from Wei in that jungle, playing towards those things. But the big thing is they've kind of taken it another step where they're fighting. The objective is there, they fight. If there's people on their own in the top lane, they've got this bully squad that is roll out. And we saw it in particular against LGD with teleports, with everything.
Yeah, a brawl is the operative word for that series in particular, but it feels like for everyone involved, and that's one of the things that I love to see, especially out of the E-Star's game, because he's so good in these brawls.
And that's the thing, is that E-Star want to, one, get fighting in the lanes with Dragons and towards the Rift Herald as well. They will always clump as a 5-man unit, wanting to find these opportunities to get the front-to-back fights champions alongside Chelsea in the play-making supports to set up E-Star for success.
And they can continue to set them up for success. The big question with E-Star, this was the question in spring, and it'll be the question here in summer as well, it feels like, is can BLG survive the early game aggression? But before we get into the nitty-gritty and get into Champ Select for this series, I want to talk about specific really the comparison between spring and summer, because expectations.
I'm glad you had to say
I've really
that, not me.
shoehorned that joke into that lower third, but let's talk a little bit about expectations for these two teams compared to spring.
Yeah, I mean, when we came into spring 2020, BLG, we talked about it being the smartest first 2 weeks before we kind of took that break, that they were able to play the map to towers and objectives. But since then, they've completely fallen off. And now coming into summer, we're expecting, whereas we were expecting them to end up at the top. For E-Stars, though,
Сейчас вот эти соревнования.
they've taken, everyone had them pegged at 16th, 17th.
Сейчас там по 4.
Then they came in, this early game aggression was amazing. But it's still for E-Stars, I want to see them mix things up a bit. Teams know what to expect against them. They've started seeing any new things from E-Stars. I want to see them now mix things up. Again,
Бонус тоже.
getting into the upper half of the bracket will still be there.
I'm really hoping so, and it's quite a common thing when you look at these rookie squad five so far, in that what we saw out of E-Star in their first split, and that's what you expect out of a rookie team in their first split. But they're not in their first split anymore. Things have
Да.
changed up a little, and if they want to keep on winning the folio,
Да, да, да. Да.
then look for these wins.
Well, either way, you can see on your screen, Wei is looking comfortable coming into today's games. He's going to be trying to take
Сейчас я, может,
over from that. At least test best 16 as well coming into this. Don't forget it is that rookie jungler coming in for BLG, who'll be superstar for E-Star in Wei.
And let's just remember that best 16 last OMG in 2019 spring, he was playing things like the Riven jungle. This guy loves to carry. That's not really the style we've seen out of him. And apparently it's not going to
Hey,
be.
you said already, BLG do like the trundle. They do like the troll, and they will lock it in. I'm surprised to see this because we can see Wei, so the Graves can still go towards that. You've got a lot of those AD carries still open if you want to go towards the likes of the Aphelios. And I wouldn't be surprised this jungle and AD carry pick, but instead they have played 6 games of Wukong so far. And they will continue going.
Absolutely right. Xiaobai with 4 of them. They even brought in CJJ for 1, so it wasn't that different of a game overall. And now looking towards potentially the AD carry position, which with Ezreal's very solid.
Yeah, I mean, that Death Stance build on both Aphelios, but the Ezreal has made these so. I wouldn't be surprised to see Aphelios locked in on that opposite side and see if we do get that Infinity Edge Runan's Hurricane into Death Stance build for the Aphelios.
Both the LMS mid laner that came into BLG earlier on in the year. We'll see if if they're going for a Hecarim Dagda in the top lane.
So this is very much a skill matchup in the top lane, would have been very back and forth. Hecarim taking over in the early stages of Wukong, has no pressure out of nowhere. But we will see FunFun locking in the set. But FunFun has played this mid as well, so expect that flex pick to
The set go, and do you know, every time we see a set in the draft, you never quite know where it's going to go until the draft finishes out. But Zoe going to be banned away here. FaZe, and it looks like the mid lane pool in general will be pinched as Kassadin is removed as well.
They are getting into your face here with the Wukong, with the set, and you want to make sure that you're not going to add a Kassadin or something along. Has played that Kassadin as well already, and I think that means that when you look towards BLG, there's the opportunity here for them to go, right, we're just going to play full fight that makes it very difficult for you to get in and go for something like the Aziri in that mid lane.
Yeah, the big thing about FunFun though, he picks this split across 5 different games. He's played the set, the Zoe, the Galio, the Kassadin. All of those are either picked or banned away this series.
Curious to see now what we'll see picked up here. They could go for this before, but favoring going with the support as that counter pick. But okay, it's going to be Wei going with the Echo. Definitely going to be holding off on the aggression in the early stages, or at least they should be holding off on the aggression in the early stages. They will be looking to scale up, and the same with this Ezreal needing to get to those two to fight against BLG.
Finals of the 2019 LMS when these come for picks once more.
Look how strong the Trundle, the Hecarim, and that Nautilus in the bottom lane. Then you've got with lots of safety thanks to that Azir Emperor's Divide. So it's going to make it a lot. Still looking towards the Wukong to get involved and Xiaoxi on this set to jump into the mix.
Yeah, when you're talking about Star, it's basically just Xiaoxi. Everyone else is going to be pretty squishy, but there is a massive amount of damage on the composition for B-Star.
There's a lot of damage there, and the way things are going to flesh out with the Graves coming towards this 1-4 creates some pressure around the map, either through Xiaobai or Finfin, and then use that where they can look to fight for versus
Advantages across the course of the game. This Hecarim versus the Wu. Talk to me a little bit about the Hecarim pick, because how's that going to function as part of it?
the lane against Wukong is that you continuously push in the wave. Goes to wave clear, so you're just going to roam towards mid lane and have an impact if the Wukong hits level 6, and once return damage you can actually got kill. Those team fights, it's ultimate all the live long day. Be that big engage tool, especially getting onto some of these carries that have to play a little bit closer to the fight, the likes the Echo, the Braves, and try to be a nuisance for them.
See if a nuisance is what Kingen will be up on the top side, but when you look at those compositions holistically, it feels very much like for BLG, it's all about the late game. You got the Azir, you got the Aphelios. You want to scale up and win these big old 5v5s, but E-Star, they're going to come online a little bit earlier, and I mean, we know E-Star are the ones to push forward with aggression in a game. Anyway, it feels like this composition really fits their style.
Especially when you've got Wei on this Graves, he can look to take over the early game jungle. And as long as you've got a little bit of pressure coming from Funfun in the mid lane, although it might be a little bit difficult with the Echo into Azir matchup to match the wave clear, he can go towards Dragons, and try and get some of these set up. So when you then hit that level, are those 2 item spikes for your Ezreal and for the Wukong, for the Echo, you can then fight super aggressively around this 3rd dragon.
Super aggressively is what I'm looking for in this series, Doctor. But one thing I will bring up here, it's something you mentioned earlier on, is just because E-Star's composition spikes at a certain point does not necessarily mean that's the point they'll fight at. I can see a very real world here. Aggression right from the word go, even though they've got an Echo, even though they're not necessarily online.
I don't know, it makes me, because that is the problem. You have to wait until you've got that Born Gauntlet or the Triforce, and you know, E-Star a little bit impatient, get out trying to find these plays nice and early, especially with the back of, or off the back of your man on the screen. Being Xiaoxi as the set here can do the same thing here again, but we'll have to see if they can before they try to go aggressive
for a second. And Funfun is a player I'm quite excited about. On the people, quite disappointed to see Cryan leaving this squad, going over to RNG. But one thing that's really the first time in his professional career, he's been on a starting roster without. When he started his career on Suning, he was competing with Angel, with Marla and Andy, then competing with Plex. Then he goes over to LGD and he's competing with Yuki at times back in spring 2020. So this is like, okay, I can breathe out. I can actually just play my game, not worry about all of these political moves, and I can just play mid lane.
And it works
Самі стрілять. Ну, саме...
on this roster as well. Because on LNG in 2019, Ward, help out with the jungle, make sure we're getting control of that river, and this played through way, played through Chelsea, allow them to set up these earth through objective fights, and as long as they're able to capitalize on what is their superstar jungler and that playmaking.
Orders as well when we look towards the mid laners. It's Fofo, which I know
Там очень часто соревнования проводят.
that might get a little bit confusing this game. Fun versus, you know, he was
У нас есть ставки на них.
one of these LMS mid laners, and he actually won the LMS at the end of 2019, and he came in to replace Kuro. Let's be part of this BLG team, and he kind of left a bit of a hole in this squad. And throughout spring, we were discussing whether or not Fofo could fill that hole, whether he could be this cerebral mid. It didn't really feel like it in spring, but with things like the Azir coming LMS style that we saw from him before, and I'm hoping he can, now that he's had a bit of time, start to fill that role.
Kuro-esque, right, for BLG, because it was Kuro who would wait around until there's something that could scale, and then he would just be so damn good in team fights that he'd be able to take over from the mid lane role. This guy, even back in the LMS, was known for his early game aggression, his early game prowess, and getting out and moving around the map. But we have so far, and it's felt this team, and now that you've got Best 16 coming in, and going to be under a lot of pressure this game as well from that jungle role. Be curious to see if Fofo bring what was that LMS style, what he was known for back in that region, to the LPL.
But I kind of have a similar feeling about Wings as well. Right, comes up from the LDL, he's hyped for. We don't really get to see what these guys are strong at on BLG because the proactivity hasn't been there. And that issue to have in that when we look at a lot of the time feel like they really fought for the win.
And I mean, Vici, their loss against Vici highlighted that. In game number 1, they ended up to have their Zoe on 2 items, they want to have their fight. They fight with an Ezreal on a tier and a pickaxe, they lose the fight, suddenly Vici's 5,000 gold ahead and they're off to the races. And then as well, and Vici just realized we don't need to fight these guys. They're not going to do anything early. We stick them, and then we can just roll out until the late game, have our way with this game. And it feels like when we go see that proactivity from them, because back in spring at the start of 2020, they were picking up Rift Heralds. They were so clever about how they used it. I mean, they had the 12 stupidly fast inhibitor tower take, and this is the BLG that I keep waiting to see to go back to has just been lost.
And I think you have to remember as well that this was a BLG. In 2019 summer, they actually came 4th place, losing out to top esports in that 3rd, 4th match when Kuro left, right, and it felt like there was still like semblance of Kuro's wisdom on the team almost at the start of spring, and then that's just saw out, I guess. And then once we came back from the break, obviously we had a break in spring, but when we came back, it felt like there'd been a lot going on behind the scenes, and suddenly the mojo was going to move on from that, because that has felt like it's been a monkey on their back this entire split.
And when I'm so excited was not only their play, but look at the caliber of player. Look, I mean, Kingen coming over from KT Roaster, even back in the Demacia, or not before, looked absolutely incredible. He had these ring out and take over in the side lane. You had Meteor, Rookie of the Year, and helping shove these advantages forward. Smart play and when to take Rift Heralds, how to control objectives, and about and controlling both who was going to get the goal, but in the right place at the right time, playing towards those strengths as a whole. And they looked LG were going to be a playoff team the break that we had back in January just completely calling magic is just lost.
Does seem to be that way, but we are. I guess it's not really mean, is it? Because it's results based,
Yeah.
but hopefully what we could see in the future. I'm excited for the fact that they're going to be bringing things like. Ultimately, if you're a team that brings some crazy stuff in, bring some stuff that maybe your opponent doesn't know how to play against quite as well as just the standard things. And that could be
Some new players, so best 16 obviously we know. So I think when we look at these guys, they're new to the kind of testing their mettle a bit against some of the best the LPL have to offer. So when we were talking about BLG, and we have lost a little bit of that, so we're looking forward to seeing how best the course of the summer and can become major players for this
draft. So they just had to go through the draft once again. They're on to Summoner's Rift, and we're ready to get our first game of We Star against BLG on the Rift. We'll see if they can gallop their way to their first victory. But E-Star, as you can see on your screen, are certainly not going to let that go without a fight.
But at any sort of oh way, oh no,
What a way to go.
В общем, вот представьте, вы сидите,
oh no.
особенно
I don't have words for.
я поняла, почему его всё так любят.
That is,
Реально
you know,
прикольно. Там
right?
такая
So
девушка
Dagda,
сидит,
there's a concept.
её колоды из
This is like a very extreme version
такая таблица.
of losing nothing to do with the champions.
Либо
Oh.
банкир, либо ничья. И вам
Facebreaker goes on in. Best 16 has to flash away.
если у вас там есть на,
I mean,
скоро там на
either way to at least start things off,
50, на 5
guarantee a buff.
The thing is though, you jungle life. So
на либо на
So,
игрока,
Wei is massively far behind. He's not going to be able
ничью.
to hit level 2 off this red. He's not going to be able to catch up with
Ничья, то вам
best
платят.
and scaling composition. Well, you've just lost your
Если на банкира, то
jungler.
вам платят,
You
You
sound.
think they can
You
FF it?
sound.
I am so.
They're not
идти, там комиссия 5%.
gonna get it. They're just gonna brawl, and that's what I love about E-Star. Wait,
По 1 к 1.
he goes in,
Вот, ну,
just
тут,
gonna
в принципе, по
smack
такому
Fofo with a shotgun.
поставить.
We're gonna be seeing Comet Azir here today. I know you don't
Там, в общем, она
care about
сначала
Azir's
сюда
runes way right now. Uh-oh, Wink's in trouble. This is the
Сначала по 2 карты.
level 2 power spike that has not been respected. Exhaust onto Joust
Просто на столе одна часть этой
as well. Good damage across both teams, but I'm actually amazed at how
карте,
even that was, considering it was level 1 versus level 2.
Summoner is out from the support.
ну, 2 это 20.
You've got even trade a heal, and Wink and Shouse here just about and
Король это
even trade all said and done. So not too bad for the E-Star bot lane.
суть вообще Бакары.
Played, well played, and now
Банкира, и у
Wei gets his second.
Yay!
Yeti. After stealing away Best 16's red buff, he's a level down on Best 16.
I was looking forward to E-Star seeing some of that prowess that
Эту девушку вот,
we talked about. And look, let's look at what BLG can do, okay, to try and punish this.
Let's look at the
obviously
buzz.
stay in this game, and this is where you
происходит, да.
get to show what you're really capable of as a jungler, because you are 4
Она достает карты,
versus 5 essentially right now, where Best can just run wherever. Although Wei
это тоже в онлайн.
is cleared so much of his jungle, going to be massively far behind,
И там еще по карте.
and Best hitting level 3 now, will be able to move back down
Я уже сказала, если,
towards his
допустим,
Raptors. See him being proactive now. I want to see him
если
either
у тебя
move
выпадает, допустим, у банкира,
moving in towards wayside of the jungle since you'll have a pushing bottom lane,
то есть если их сложить, будет
or
16.
just making early aggressive plays
То вычитают десятки.
towards mid. And
I just want to exemplify what you were saying before about how the jungle
У банкира.
light gives XP. Wei has done 3 buffs,
7,7 будет
and he's
4.
still. He's just hit level 3 now off of Gromp
Например, если получить
as well.
такую
He is
натуральную
going to consistently be so when it comes to experience. They just have to. I don't see how. Like, if you just farm, you're
Yeah,
going
you're
to
gone.
fall behind.
Well, he's up.
Сумма
How do you find
от
fights?
0
By the way,
до 5 дают,
honestly,
карту, ещё её там
I'm kind of in half a mind to just pop him into, maybe you can do something there, because he needs to get
Тоже зависимости, если
some of this
line.
minion farm to him, just so then he can
в общем,
even get the XP sharing. But the problem is that
ничего не дают, 8-9.
a little while ago Riot changed the XP lane takes so long
Общие правила.
to hit the likes of the
Вот эта
that level
девушка,
6
она
mark is
называется дилером.
way down on the solo experience that you get. It's not
Например, вот у
like it's a 50-50 between the support and AD carry, so
Lightning Бакара,
way by trying to go to a lane to soak experience is instantly
вот Lightning там
going to hurt
начать
whatever.
It's going to be a level down once again.
карты 4
And
например,
I just want
двойка там.
to kind of... Here we go, actually. Let's look at Wei, because he's going to make a play.
Например,
Having Kingen. And that's kind of the beauty.
например, выпадет эта карта.
Wei comes in, just takes the whole way.
Насколько
Expected to come in here and have to creatively problem solve quite in this
тащит, это рандом.
way.
And the thing is, as Kingen in this top lane,
Not bad.
Которые вот подсветили в начале
So
года.
worse. Wei is caught out, has to flash. He even
И эта карта совпадает.
used his ignite to let Kingen there.
Удваивается,
yeah, they would have been
удваивается, ну,
able to kill him. I mean, you're out of health and damage that Kingen has off of just those two
вот.
levels. So Kingen now should hit that level 6 first. We just talked about that experience sharing pressure when he hits that level 6. So the getting to level 6 point is really
Именно скрины, ну,
crucial in this matchup. And
And it's going to become
объяснить там, куда ставить.
very... Oh, actually, Shabai had an XP advantage already, apparently.
Yeah.
10 CS down. I don't know what is happening in this
Ну, я могу вставать.
game, Dagda. I'm assuming Kingen is about to hit that
Ага.
way. Hanging around. He knows that they're about to go for a play here. Kingen tries to jump away from himself, but he's actually
Много очень подвидов.
gonna... Oh, he nearly turns it around! Shout by
Кара ускорила.
barely survives.
this in the top lane, you can see it there. No ignite for Kingen,
Игрок сам контролирует.
and not being able to kill Shell by fast
Кара, они
enough. Go back in Wei's favor, and now at least with some of these kills
А есть такая
and the experience that he's soaking up, getting some advantage.
Xiaobai was gonna win
Есть мини-бакара.
the 1v1 there, and then I thought Kingen was gonna turn it around and kill him,
По обычному банкиру
but
платишь 5%.
Wei arrives, gets the kill at the last second, and
Выигрываешь.
saves the day.
Every ounce of damage it was such a crucial factor there, and Kingen just not able to have that last.
And that's
На него поставил.
one important thing to mention actually as well, is obviously as Hecarim you don't
Ну, это такие
run flash,
детали,
because you're just...
не очень.
You're real quick, actually, because
Я в основном щас расскажу еще
you're a
про
horse. It's
Helping you get out of trouble, you know.
В рулетке
Chelsea jumps forward. Won't quite find wings there on the
играла.
Aphelios. And we're looking at the bot lane right now. He carries.
Вот всё, что есть.
Nothing's gonna
Ocean Gaming,
happen down here.
в основном
Best 16 and Wei are gonna just
рулетка.
avoid this. Though, he's not gonna avoid Funfun. He's found him in the mid lane. Forced
Вот круглую штуку, где
the flash already.
они пускают.
Shinmo wasn't level
Можно,
6, so they
да,
can't
можно поставить,
quite
например,
make anything
длину.
more.
Если
So there's that
ты
roam that we're talking
это вообще супер, тебе
about from Kingen, try and get out to make plays happen, but and about this stage,
сложно. Можно на
BLG
два
are going to be
номера
pretty
поставить,
happy, although
потом
they have fallen a little bit behind
Можно поставить на красный или черный.
to E-Star when it comes to the farm, but
Вот,
either way,
можно
they
поставить
can
на
succeeding in
черный
plays.
или
As long as E-Star are falling
Можно поставить по
behind a little bit, that's where BLG can get to that late game
Или от 19 до
stage, and
26.
Wayne, because he
Ну,
doesn't have the
будет,
jungle experience to
1
help.
к 1 тоже. Ну, там всё
I mean,
вот
that's
есть,
ultimately it,
там
right?
есть.
Even outside of the...
Можно ещё на колонку поставить
Take a look on the
12
right.
голов.
Wei didn't bring Smite to the game. It wasn't
И, соответственно, там,
a
если
strategy. He just picked the wrong summoner
Yeah,
spell.
thank you. No.
2 к 1, потому что 12.
I feel that's some kind of pentakill album, I'm pretty sure.
Вот, и ты там
Chelsea
ставишь,
moves into the mid lane here.
Evolution
But yeah,
Gaming,
just-
там тоже есть вот как Lightning Бакари,
Oh, hang on. We do have a fight. Shinmo pulls right there.
тоже до игры, пока он мяч не
But when we looked at the compositions right at the start, they're chill. They want to
То есть, если ты
get to
поставил
late
этот
game.
номер,
Now
то
without
даже
Smite,
поставил на,
Wei and the rest of E-Star have even more pressure on them to make things happen.
освещенный, и
Right, Chelsea is an absolute beast,
там просто они
pulling them all in and C1 in the meantime.
умножение
Oh
на
dear, it's not good.
статистику
It is not good.
добавили
Fun.
50, то есть очень
He'll be able to chase out Bell. Chelsea's going to make sure there is no way out
такого.
of this
У меня
one.
один раз тоже
And Wei
выпало,
gets... Oh, sorry.
у меня
They do,
один
man.
раз выпало, и у меня тогда
managed to get the kill, but the big thing here again, Way going down, and the problem actually contest any objectives, because anytime they go towards a Dragon, a Rift Herald, a Baron, well, you're going to just be out fighting and walking straight back out. It becomes so difficult to play.
This is still possible for E-Star Tactor, because actually, if they can get a big enough gold lead, it's just not going to up at this point. If Way can hit level 6, he's going to lethality. He's still.
That's going to be the ultimate BM if E-Stars win, but Wings might be caught out.
Oh, Xiaoxi's found him. He's going to be able to get the stun with the face breaker in, and now the turnaround from Shinmo. Oh, Way, and Wings grabs the kill.
And BLG are able to turn around another play from E-Star, and Way is the culprit. Now best 16, seeing that play happen on the bottom side of the map, will be able to steal away this Rift Herald to put a pressure.
This is exactly what happened with the Dragon earlier on as well, right? Best is just like, look, Way cannot win, level up a bunch. I'm going to take the Dragons, I'm going to take the Rift Heralds. I know he can't position this side of the map.
And this is going to be a massive, massive story for E-Stars if they are actually able to win, to rely on their shot calling. They have to figure out how to play these late games perfectly, where they're able to contest, but not actually start Baron, and rely on Xiaobai split pushing, Fun split pushing, and trying to maneuver back in towards fights with numbers advantages. It's going to be really difficult for E-Stars, but this is where they need to see. We need to see that growth.
Way is the same level as Xiaoxi right now. Wings is goodbye, my friend. 4-man dive onto his solo Aphelios. They're going to get some good damage onto this tower. Back away. Dragon spawning in 20 though.
Dragon is spawning. You have to kill Bet though before you start it. So keep your eyes to see if Kindle is. Kill him and then turn towards the objective to give them at least a 50-50 on securing that objective.
Honestly, if it's game, I will eat my shoe, Dagda, because there's just no way that should be able to happen. Fofo's in a 1v1, and he is, and Sun doesn't land. And Fun. I'm surprised Kingen didn't just go for that, honestly.
I was half expecting it, but the rest of E-Star have shown. They walk past a few wards, so not wanting making his way back towards this top lane to collect the way the Xiaobai is pushed.
Way is 4 levels behind his top laner right now. Xiaobai moving down towards the bottom side of the map. Kingen has TP though.
Moving in towards this dragon. Oh,
Smite's on cooldown. He used it on to fight. Apparently, this is not a fight that they can win though. They're already knock up onto Fun forced to chrono break, but Xiaobai has got him behind him, gets 1 kill, and now he's going to look for the rest of the team. Cyclone onslaught. Shadow dodges the knockup. Beautiful from Kingen. Wings still. Xiaobai though just isn't tanky enough. And now Wink finds himself completely and utterly alone, but he can't quite actually finish the kill.
So this is a comedy of errors from E-Stars, with Way not being able to think. We talked about him only having a tier and a pickaxe for these fights, being on top of it, but still not a position where he really even get to the fight in a better position with low health bars on E-Star. He's trying to take that fight.
Yeah, Wink at the end of it as well discovered the meaning of a devastate. Lot of damage coming out from Kingen on the Hecarim, and he got 2 kills.
See here, this is the super long TP coming in from Shell. But look at the health bar. So always running after Fofo, but he's gonna have to back away, and it becomes so easy. Each different member as they funnel in towards BLGs. So E-Star are able to get a few kills back in their favor, but still BLG.
It's just like Spring. Xiaobai towards the end of Spring consistently was one of the real shining lights, and he was one of the first ones to bring us this Wukong to the stage as well. after the rework, still living up to his name on the Wukong.
Yeah, and he looks great. I mean, they love these big engage. Kong does well in skirmishes. He does well in these big team fights as well too. So there is a chance that E-Star can find just enough disruption, but unfortunately, you're still lacking that jungle intervention.
So in trouble here. Facebreaker available for Xiaoxi. He just goes for the showstopper instead. Pull a haymaker across them. This is a beautiful fight from E-Star as Shinmo will be taken down as well. Lonely himself, best 16 gets to the turret. It's still going to be surviving there. And Kingen is about to arrive. He's ready to rampage through the charges off. Xiaoxi going to get a face breaker onto Kingen, denied, but he just is so damn tight. It has Bofo looking to chase as he pushes way away.
Xiaobai not able to join in, and Kingen is use their top lane turret, might be able to trade in this bottom side or at least pick up the a little bit more gold going over towards E-Star.
Another kill for Kingen and another team fight win for BL. They could look towards the dragon here.
He's already started. The Trundle right now is wanting to answer for the turret in the top lane and still get the dragon. So a little bit messy to begin with. Do end up finding that fight victory, but when we come to these later fighting properly for them, moving into the river, grouping as 5, it's not as easy for Xiaoxi to go for these crazy big engages on the set. You've got that separation. Deal with this set while you're keeping the rest of E-Stars at bay.
And let's just kind of set an expectation here for how important this win is now for BLG, because you've not won a single once against Vici, once against FPA. You've been gifted this game on a platter. You've now got the gold lead, a scale and composition. BLG have to win this game if they want to look like anything else.
I mean, look, you've already set yourselves off on a foot as E-Star. So when you're this team that relies pretty heavily on finding that and then solidifying that lead, you need to make sure you're hitting the ground running. But with way slightly further pull down on to Fun onto Wing and Xiaobai as well to be the big carry for the unfortunate mistakes that we're still looking to double down, get these Rift Heralds.
Xiaoxi is just not going to let this game stop though. Goes straight in onto Shinmo. I mean, right, it goes in, nothing happens, they all back away.
Still though, 2 towers so far going over towards E-Star without that Rift Herald, so they're doing a reasonably good job so far.
In on towards the tower here, Wing this one, BLG. Then is moving in from the sides, Bofo potentially looking for a flank.
TP's not quite finished for either the top laners, so but still BLG off of Fofo's pushing the top lane and back for those two. It is pretty much dead even, so it will come down to a lot of how teams operate in these fights to try.
So now BLG find themselves of the game. This will be their second Herald. They already got 2 dragons as well. And Best is having a whale of a time. In this game, this is the dream scenario. This is the creme de la creme. You get a game where the enemy jungler literally can't wants to. That is just as good as it gets.
If he misses the smite though this game, my lord, is ready to win.
You don't want to be that guy. You don't want to be that guy. Wink. Ooh, take.
I mean, Wink is happy to. He can use his ult here to clear out the wave. Now they actually have a lot of pressure on this mid lane, knocked out Kingen, so the E-Star should be able to get this. Oh, not quite.
Wings is here to clear the wave, though. Can't quite push it on in. Before, though. Oh, this is E-Star. Even without Smite, they're still going to be aggressive.
They're starting to play these sides. Fun is pushing in the top. You've already got bot lane pushed in, so now you're spreading BLG across the map, because already Kingan's got to go down to that bot, and it'll give the opportunity for E-Stars to look for flanks underneath this turret.
And Wink gets to just sit around in that mid lane. It just clear. And as you rightly say, Fun consistently shoving out in the top side, moving down towards the rest of his team. Baron will be, but also going to see Drake on the map once again, and you'd expect that to be a priority for BLG. The question will be, can E-Star contest it? And they find a kill onto Best.
And it becomes really difficult. He's already got his jungle letter completed, he's got that glacial shroud as well, so he'll be starting to get a lot of armor gate. So trying to pick Best is kind of a good spot for BLG. If you're investing all these resources and trying to kill one of the tankiest, you've got Wings who's free hitting Fofos, will be decimating your backline.
I do want to bring one topic up here before this Dragon fight kicks off, and that's that we're in the LPL, Doug. And you know what? Crazy, innit? Even without a smite, Wei is only one level down, and this region is often determined by the team fights. I think the E-Star Fen thinks so too, as he goes straight in with the parallel convergence. Oh, flashes for it and pushed away by the Emperor's Divide. Fun, what are you doing, my friend? That was awful. That was the worst thing I've ever seen. Now the fight really kicks off. Side left out alone by the rest of his team. Finishes it off. Kingan forced away as well. Pings towards the mid lane here.
I mean, look, E-Star don't find the fight. They do find the fight, sorry. They're still in with Fun going very deep. Best is up though, so there is the opportunity for him to look for a steal, but not over towards E-Star. So they do find that fight the way they wanted to.
Got a dragon for themselves, Dagda. They're 3 away from me eating my shoes. Don't know if...
Too late, we can chop it up, we can cook it later, but still.
So yeah.
Fun going super deep, and as you said, like, committing so much here. I think he was trying to put Kingan. Well,
so we were looking at Fun during the fight, and then while we're looking at the kill on Alva.
And this is Kingan finding his home. We talked about happy on this Hecarim, picking up the kills. Fun committed to the bot lane. BLG, you've got an Ophelia.
Deal with a smite, that is for sure. E-Star, they've got to make a miracle happen right now, and Wink might just be the one to do. Oh, I thought he got it then. He got Best instead. Damage for 0 in terms of kills. Wei getting aggressed upon by Kingan, who jumps in the team. Fun. Once he's going to have Cyclone available, and he's looking for a way in towards the squad knock-up. It's only onto Shinmo here as they push him away, but Xiaobai goes down himself. Xiaoxi now into the Bofo, gets himself a double. Wings with a million shuriken. Once Dinax impression. Double kill now onto Wink Kingan. Oh, he wants that Ezreal, but he has to gallop away.
BLG, though, still get to with Baron to BLG, so they can now look to enact their game plan. Start pushing in these waves on both sides, moving to group and to E-Stars.
Big Hecarim in the LPL once again. I love that we're seeing Hecarim in the meta, but I also love that this skin is basically a must. Like every Hecarim you see, hear that little every time they go in and one-shot someone. It's beautiful to see. He's got the death stance.
And this is what I love to see from Kingan. When he came over to BLG, carry player, let him be a carry. And that's exactly what BLG have allowed him to do now in this game. But strange decision from BLG. You've already got the Baron. 1 for 1. Get out of there. Keep your Baron onto multiple members, but trying to fight where Kingan has lining your Hecarim and your Trundle, and then it's easy for E-Stars to start wandering in here. Xiaoxi just waiting on that timer as well for his ulti.
Fofo barely surviving at the end of the fight, but obviously Wink was able to shut him out in the end. Kingen maybe has been found out this time. He is still hecker him though, and he knows he's going to feel away, but he got over the wall in time. Now the rest of the squad arriving. Way flashes away. Best wants to shut him down. Do so here. No way out for the Graves. Now wants to shout. He's got Dead Man's Plate, so he's kind of lonely over there. Still going to spike damage across the team. In comes the True Shot Barrage. Maybe they consider landing. Fofo's still alive though, and he gets himself a double kill. Wink doesn't have the damage head onto Kingen, but he can't. Wink goes in. Fofo uses the Zonias to keep himself safe. There's a minion to block on in. Funfun's in trouble. Might just be able to survive. No, he can't. Him down with the hooves. And Fofo tried to get the recall. He's on a ward. Fight will never end. I don't know why Kingen isn't just running straight at him.
Born Gauntlet, and that Death Dance is doing fight.
And Kingen's on the wrong side of the fight as well. Way now arrived.
I don't think you want this way.
Way, I don't think you can win that one. So Wink is 10-1 and
say E-Star at the start of that fight, it all looked disastrous because Wink has every ounce of gold on this team. He was 6-1 get into the fight because Shinmo was keeping him away. Looked fantastic. But when Wink joins these fights, that's where he's able to come into his own as the AD carry. And this was the guy we were praying, and he's stepping up here in this game.
The respawn timer. 20 seconds on each of them. Kingen with no teleport available. But E-Star don't have Smite. So right here.
The good news for them and for all E-Stars fans is that that flash is amazing. So successful alongside Funfun as well, who can provide quite a lot of that damage. But here we go, BLG. They think, nah, there's no way E-Star are going to start this up without a smite, so it will get taken. Not willing to move into the pit in case Xiaobai was able to find that big engage alongside Xiao's.
And I think basically also saying, look, it's just a cloud Drake. It's only there, especially with King and not in the right position. Xiaosi is in the right position though, as he wants to try and start a fight on to best, and Wink will be able to clear away the control ward as they move back through the jungle. So impressed that E-Star even have a hope in this game.
So am I. I really thought that farm super aggressively, do a lot more with the dragons and the Rift Heralds, but E-Star have done, were putting the pressure, and even though Wei is essentially, well, not so much now a man down for E-Stars because he's items. Well, BLG, this was the problem. No proactivity, not really able to secure early to mid-game leads, and they're struggling this early game.
Gale real well with an Aphelios, with an Azir as well. Fofo's been playing out of his mind this game, trying to carry these fights. On the 3-item mark, so he can just free fire in the fights. It's going to be very difficult for E-Star to do much.
I'd love to see Wings pick up that Death Stance. That it would work so well. A little bit more security for Wings if he's trying to get burst out by Shpo and Shinmo to reset these fights and give Wings a little bit more maneuverability in the.
So one thing that is ever so slightly annoying in League of Legends right now, when you've got a Lich Bane proc, Herald, and it gets me every single time, man. I'm like, how does he have a Rift Herald at 20 minutes?
Our Rift Herald is definitely the deadliest because you don't.
It's the Spanish Inquisition of neutral objectives, that is for sure. That and Aphelios Azir Barons, which we really could see this.
Is pretty darn scary, and we've already seen these BLG. They just decided to go for fight after for some reason, but hopefully learning from their wounds and now coming back to have a little bit of a better time here. I've only got Chelsea hovering around.
I don't know what he's doing. He's just like, come on, set right now. He's like, come into my fighting pit. I'll take you all on.
They're on that war. So now Wei will, but they have no idea Chelsea is in this bush as far as I know. So there is the upper flank. And the biggest issue for E-Stars when it comes to these Baron fights is how well BLG can hunker down in these jungle paths going up to the Baron. Fantastic flank position. He can completely disrupt this front to back fight that BLG are looking at.
Up fight right now. Wei has to use his collateral damage just to get himself. I don't know why, but Wink really hates Shinmo right now. Xiaobai wants a massive cyclone. There won't be a huge amount of follow to start this one off. Wings and Fofo still safe. You've got to keep your eyes on the Az. Going to be charging around. He's going to stick to his team. And they found themselves a free tier 2.
They get the tier 2 only for Shinmo's health bar. As long as he stays standing, you're fine. So big engage tools from E-Stars down.
Yeah, there were pings on the Baron right there, but real quick, they need to get back. They need to get back now. BLG, whoa, I thought they were going to game. Now going to back away in the end.
Have to be careful, but Xiaoxi's here.
Xiaoxi's behind them. He's on to Wings. Pull down still, but he'll be back up soon. But the health bars are too low for E-Stars. In and down goes the health bars. E-Star forced away, and everybody surviving until Fun trades one.
Wink is still able to turn it off. He's trying to get on towards Wings, but the problem was there's no follow-up CC there. Xiaobai didn't have his ultimate available. Fun wasn't able to get in available. So a lot of these tools are down. No follow-up CC to keep Wings in place. He flashes out. You don't even have to get the... Oh, there's actually no mana for the zero ultimate there for Fofo, but healing, it's all working.
What? He dead? Why is Wing here? What just happened? I have no idea what happened. Wei got caught out alongside Wing. So it's not like the Smite has died games. So I guess it was already theirs to take. There's the Smite onto it. Xiaobai has found himself way onto Fofo. The haymaker across the team, and they're going to be trading. Kingen goes in. Wink. This is all on you to survive, and he will be able to, because Wings gets a triple, and he's looking for a quadra right here. Although exactly the same thing. Zonya's on him. He's going to have the chrono break available. We'll go for that, but no real damage to be had. Wings gets another one. In fact, Kingen still a quadra.
Versus 3. He just uses ultimate. Okay, this is... Alright, okay, let's write
yeah,
this one out.
I don't think this one's going on any longer. 24 to 20. I'm thanking my lucky stars that they didn't bring Smite to this one, because here, and it meant that BLG get their first win of the season. 1-0 BLG, they've defeated.
So, BLG managed to take on the training grounds, and now they've got essentially 4 versus 5 for a large portion of that. But yeah, I mean, unfortunate for Wei, but you can see as well E-Star doing their damnedest to try. Doing great on the engages. Wink looked great on the AD carry, but BLG still getting to that late game, and still I want to see a bit more proactivity from BLG.
Yeah, I mean, they're not over the moon with this win, and I could understand why. You should just be able to control this game. This should be yours on a platter. That was a real struggle to win, and honestly, fair fights to be able to contest, and for work for BLG to be able to tip the balance in these fights.
And especially when you consider that a lot of the way enabling these side lanes and setting them up for these early to mids. And when I look at E-Star, well, you've now lost Wei. You're not able to take over the early game jungle, which really did come into a big play there. And why these guys are so good. For BLG, as much as we can criticize them for not getting out, you're trying to use the fact that you can gank a little bit more often and still go and clear your jungle to keep up way. I am so glad to see him bring this out. He was controlling these side lanes, was massive in these team fights, and as to why BLG did so well in just weathering the storm, as we talked about, from E-Star's fights.
Yeah, I mean, King looked invincible.
Yeah.
In a lot of those fights. Early game, we just saw Wings. Wings.
Yeah.
No, Wink.
Wink.
Wings. We saw Wink desperately try to kite away from the horse, and there was King actually got caught out in the end. He couldn't quite chase down Wink. He couldn't quite get onto the Ezreal. Wink is lucky that Ezreal with Iceborne Gauntlet and Death Dance is in the meta right now in that game.
Yeah, if he was able to play away from King from Shinmo, Best, and the likes, but unfortunately not enough even with the highest damage in the game. You can see that goal minute mark. That's when the Wings came online, and that's the point where BLG were going to be at a significant advantage.
Yeah, and I mean, understandable. Ultimately, with those two carries and a massive frontline competition available to you, and quite a lot of the engages, especially towards the later stages of the game, we saw some Cyclones coming on through to try and force the fight from Xiaobai that the rest of the team wasn't in position to get the damage down and actually take these carries out.
A bit of a strange style with the... And then it becomes super easy to just try to do that. Instead, they constantly going to engage. So, at least for a composition where they should have had their advantages, it took them a little bit of time.
And when we talk about teamfight positioning, against a team that has Trundle and Azir, positioning is hard because there's so much terrain being altered during the fights. Not to mention you've got a Hecarim fearing everyone, so they're running in random directions. It's very difficult to keep a formation, but E-Star didn't do a great job of setting up their formation in that one. But I'm willing to kind of wash my hands of that game and look towards game number 2 here for E-Star, because I think, you know, when you consider the fact that Wei was a level down the entire game here, at least, think about where he would have been if he had a jungle line. He probably would have been a level up the Trundle at some points during that game, especially at the start. He got 3 buffs and a Scuttle Crab and was still a level behind. Like, that is a ginormous amount to fall behind. But also, when we saw both of the Scuttle Crabs and both of the early Dragons go into one team, that's how you know things aren't going right.
And as well, when you look at the aggression that was coming in those side lanes, think how back and forth the King matchup was for Xiaobai. Again, in that bottom lane, Xiaoxi wanted to go aggressive with the set. If you have Xiaoxi paired with Wei in that situation where he's able to get a different story and just creating pressure, setting up some of these map plays, but it just as that level behind, you can see it more, or you're never going to be able to do it.
Well, you know what, Dagda? It wasn't convincing first win of the split. I'm happy for them. Let's see if they can turn it into 2, though. E-Star are going to be in game number 2, and we'll see if BLG can finish this series off in style.
高地这样，沙皇尽可能把线顶出去，不过一个大招又把线顶了进去。
沙皇进
一个大闹天宫，但是再看到滴血将闪拉回来，巴多纳定住，诺马一回来一个冰水减速回身还在打伤害，闪有点吃不上交闪现，发条来了一个大拉住单枪单枪先被拿到人头，史特克军一但是应该被点死，史特克这边往前一感觉有点上。冰爪上来粘住一个绿毛，绿毛这边交一个中亚金身，秒表结束之后反身一勾勾到了冰女，还是有闪现的，这波被定在原地之后，冰女这边并不慌 张，正面泰坦一勾直接勾到了 Loken。我们 KDA 最高的卡萨交闪硬撵卡纳维，卡纳维他过来2下扇死了卡纳维。哎，水子哥过来，哎，大，但是2个人被定住了，一下来带着猫，巴德回身大，卡纳维躲了一下巴德闪现之后再拿到一个人头，而且莫伊菲塔没有检测到，但水子哥有红 buff。现 Q， 哎呀，歪了一点。这波2个人其实都晕到了，打一个闪，宁王这边靠过来，探为观之杯，强手猎撸捏了3个，直接秒掉了刚刚交闪的幻风，而且最后是有一个巴德的奇妙旅程 ，Rookie 捡的闪现过来拉飞星，先杀一个巨魔，再杀。
打得好，到我了，再打。Double kill, triple kill.
2波把自己前面优势送回去了。过来，这个位置一剑命中是最肉的3，而且猴子看他效果并不好，被定在原地，一个假身，10了1的大规矩直接秒掉了。猴子可能也要准备挂一个虚弱水晶的，打到这个人头之后还能撵南下这个位置，还有一个奇妙旅程敢钻吗？然后这位置被顶一下，然后是没有闪现的，然后直接一闪想要换到了，水哥已经3杀了。
是时候表演真正的技术了。交给我了。
Triple kill. Feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in them. Ooh, my shadow. Make the memory is headed for disaster. I hear laughter in the afterglow. Shadow. This is it now. Come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on, love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound, 'cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground.
Welcome back to the League of No Smiting. My name is Smudgeballs. This is Dagda. We're jumping straight into game number 2 here. If you missed game number 1, we saw E-Star bring it to the table, Way on Graves with no smite in the jungle. It didn't work out so hot, Dagda.
And as CJJ is coming in to replace Way in the jungle lesson, but yeah, it's been a bit unfortunate for E-Star that taking that smite meant that Way couldn't have the impact that he really wanted in the early game. And even though E-Star did a very good job of trying to battle it back, trying to get to a point where they could fight, they were just too scaling, came too far into play.
Yeah, a little bit rough, but we'll see how they can bounce back in this one. And just as a note, MVP for game number 1, very well played by him on the Azir. I mean, multiple fights we saw incredibly impressive, like using it at the very last moment to keep himself safe. And now let's look towards the true side of the map. They're going to be banning away Renekton as their final ban.
Ban come in, but by go towards something. Well, I was going to say like the Wukong has been banned away. Renekton comes out for it. So Aphelios is up. You've still got that Ezreal as well if they'd like to play towards that, or the Graves for Way as well.
First picks available. Obviously the Wukong being banned away from Xiao by respect from BLG. When you consider that, you know, Xiaobai didn't even still get it targeted against you.
I won't get to play it. Only 6 games, so we'll have to see something different out of Xiaobai for summer. But obviously, this guy, multi-talented. We'll have to see what he does decide to land on. It seems to be a fairly similar style from last game. The Trundle going to come out. I imagine the Aphelios is going to be that second pick as well, and the potential for BLG to just hands off the.
See, I'm best going to be very happy with the Trundle. It worked wonders in game number 1, and I think a 1v1 with Way on in the game. But we'll see. Kind of a takeaway from E-Stars, honestly.
I prefer to see the Aphelios locked in here, because if you don't lock in the AD carry, there's the opportunity here for you have to lock in Aphelios on that 3rd selection. So they can take something like a mid laner here, ban away some counter picks, and then look lane matchup for themselves.
Certainly could. And LeBlanc and Syndra already banned away. Things like the Zoe are fun is quite happy to go with, even like the Castle, even like the Galio, where they opt to go for, or if they do opt to go for mid laner at all.
Surprised to see the set locked in, although that is the flex pick here for E-Stars. I thought they'd just go back towards credible on it, or even towards something like the Yuumi if they really wanted to. But looking to go with the counter pick against wins out reasonably well in the lane, but definitely able to remove the Ornn from to land that big old Call of the Forge God can work wonders for E-Stars.
Certainly can, and Fun will be able to do. If it's something we saw from him last split as well.
They're
looking
hovering.
Confused, Doug.
Yeah, they're hovering here. I was like, you're picking Aphelios. Just pick the Aphelios.
This is a classic draft strategy from olden times where even when you know what you're drafting, it's quite just your full time, because it gives you more time to discuss the rest of the draft, and then you lock in your pick at the last second.
So look, BLG at late game. You've got the Ornn, you've got the Aphelios, and you've got this Trundle, so super strong front line. Still could see here for full once again, but could also see that banned away by E-Star, looking towards a bit of a more mid-game focused comp with this Ezreal and this set. I think getting rid of that uber scaling in the late game can help.
Graves banned, as is the Zoe, so none of that coming out from Fun from the mid lane. Banning these mid laners clearly. Wanted to try and set things up. Bear in mind, actually, the set could still go in the mid lane for Fun as well, so perhaps just trying to give him a good matchup. Shall see once again. BLG. We'll see if they continue to ban away junglers. No, it's going to be a Yuumi.
just said, the potential for the set to go towards Fun, and you could have the Yuumi then in the bottom lane. There's still not the jungler locked in for E-Star there, so trying to take away the Yuumi for the Chillub and Olaf to come out against this Trundle. So a nice call here, trying to get rid of that late scaling on the BLG side.
Yeah. I'd love to see Fofo bringing out the LMS. It's something that has always been sort of in the meta. It's always been played at least in the LPL. But I'm not expecting...
Surprised. Nico's a bit of a strange champion where the kid's a bit messy and can be a bit awkward to fit into composition side. You don't know what you're going up against in the mid lane, so that Echo more than likely going towards Wei, and then we'll have to see exactly where that last pick is going to go. Looks like it'll be that Echo jungle, the set in the mid lane that we talked about, and then some sort of support that has...
Oh no, I just thought of a horrible set in the jungle, Dag. I don't want to scare you, I don't want to give you nightmares, but it's possible right now. We'll see against the Trundle. I don't know if you'd have much of a good time. On the other side though, Fofo still needs to pick up his mid laner.
A decent spike off of the Triforce, and then you can start to move into that later scaling once again. So this is BLG going, look, I think once again we can take a step back, wait until those later stages. Our summoner spells, there is the smite on both sides. So at least we'll get an even fight coming into this.
Wei has figured this game out after all. He's managed to work it on through. Gets this different game as we're going to have two junglers in a single game of League of Legends. But memes aside, more on lane, but they're picking that Blitzcrank much more for the later stages.
It's not even for the later stages. It's I'm going elsewhere. I'm going to go explore the world, and I'll tell you my adventures when I eventually come back 2 to 3 minutes later. But this is definitely Chelsea. I'm going to work with Fun and trying to get the way ahead, or either just to get Fun towards it. When you look at the build path that these mid lane sets go for, the likes of the Sunfire Cape and Deadman's played. It's a lot of armor, which can be instead trying to help him just get past that early game bump.
And it's kind of a signature as well for Blitzcrank. Once again, we know him for the Blitz, we know him for the Thresh. He's going to be up against Thresh as Blitz for this game. And we'll see how that's going to pan out in the bottom to redeem himself as we jump into game number 2 here. BLG with a 1-0, and they've got to get themselves 2 in a trot here.
So we talked about BLG. They've all their items, they got their ornaments. E-Star, they're going towards these mid-game fights where Ezreal has hit his items. Set is still in a great spot, and I think as well when we these early stages, you kind of got some counters there for E-Star against the way BLG want to set up. Because on Kingen in your front line, you want Best in your front line, but Set does a great job of turning your best tanks into your worst enemies. Kingen in the same with Best on top of Fofo into wings and start off these fights. So there is some of these more frontline orientated champions into backline.
True, and I mean the Colonel agrees with you because he was. I mean, I think you're both a little bit crazy. 6 minutes. This goes the way of E-Star somehow. I don't know what his logic is. Well, his logic is algorithms, but you can see in the mid lane.
Technically,
he's
the most
based
logic,
on only logic. It's the only
he's never wrong.
explanation.
Come on, he's the Colonel.
That's true. He does eat a lot of fried chicken, and fried chicken gives you wisdom, I think. But
the gravy gives you
gravy here, Doctor.
Do they not?
They don't do the KFC gravy, and I have to say, moving on from KFC, let's look at these win conditions though here, Doctor. Especially on the side of E-Star. What are they? Do I need to start panicking for BLG?
So at least in these early stages, it's about Wei getting towards his later stages. where he's got a couple of harvests as well rather than the electrocute. So even he wants to take a little bit of time to ramp up. Same for Wink, wants to get about for Ezreal. But who you're looking at instead is Shousey and Funfun. If these two guys can, once we get to about that 5 to 6 minute mark, can get out, get towards this mid lane, and try to be a bit of a nuisance for Fofo.
For Fofo could be the answer. And there was a bit of that in game number 1 as well. Fofo, like Xiaobai, and from Funfun as well, was consistently trying game number 1. But Fofo did a great job of dealing with that pressure. I'm impressed by Fofo across the course of this series so far, but can he be consistent with this into a theme across multiple series?
Well, that's the thing for BLG, is that you can't just point towards one player. Kingen looked good in the last game. Fofo looks this. Oh, hang on,
Fun just dodges the phosphorus bomb by coming and smacking him in the face. Nicely done. Gets his fleet as well.
Either way, it's BLG's individual so frustrating to watch. It's the coordination in team fights. It's their calls on how they want to.
Oh, Xiaobai. He wanted to ward. He just there.
You can never be safe when you've got best on the map. Clearing towards that top side, now we'll be able to back away and move probably Raptors into Gromp and then see if he can have a repeat performance potentially on this.
Be Xiaobai's flash on cooldown as well, so we have to keep that in mind. Best could just go for some kind of. He's got a full 5 minutes to do it, so very possible for him. But across, what a hook, Shousey! Shousey, he didn't get the kill there. That was
incredible from Shousey, finding the most minute of holes, and you can see Best now being dragged down towards his bottom lane in case some of these mystic shots hit from Wing.
And that minion right there, that melee power, keeping Wing safe to farm. In goes Shinmo with the flash flay, and now Wing has to do a lot of work. Flashes to safety, and now the teleport. This could turn around, and Shousey with another hook. First blood for Wing, because the mid lane has arrived, and it's a double for E-Star.
E-Star want to fight whenever they can, and you just handed yourselves in aggressively. You still have the flash on Shousey, you have the arcane shift on Wink, and with that heal, they're totally and turn it back around off of Funfun's beautiful TP. He will lose some golden experience here in the mid lane, collected by Wei, but still turn these plays around and set themselves.
Time and time again, these guys want to fight. Don't give them the fights.
And I'm surprised to see them go so aggressively for this, because Shinmo isn't really able to do. Shousey's hooks are on point. You've gone for this aggressive play, you're flashing in, there's too many minions, so Shinmo can't try and land a hook, he can't try and follow up on this, and all you've got is a Trundle who, yeah, he sticks down the pillar, but Shousey's got his overdrive to speed him up. No more hard CC, they're fine to escape away from.
Goodbye bottom lane, it's time to roam. It's time to make some plays elsewhere. It's looking towards the mid lane, resetting it. Maybe a play for another time.
I don't think they'll be able to achieve too much here, as you said. That you do have the flash and Funfun to try and set it up, but not wanting to go overly bottom side.
Funfun quite brave to go for that wall, you know, and the 3 enemies around. So either way, he's a set. So I think you can be quite bold when it comes to clearing. Be the target anyone wants to start a fight with.
Not really. Down in the bottom side though, we see Shousey once again coming back in. He's gone for that, trying to make a lot of plays in these early stages, opting for the boots of swiftness lane. The big thing about the boots of swiftness as well is that they reduce the slow on your overdrive, so trying to throw that out a little bit more often.
Not even that as well. To the Moby boots, you don't lose the movement speed in combat, which can be a big deal in those team fights later on. But I got 2 kills during that last fight. You know how Ezreal is super weak in the early game, is kind of not a champion for a while? Well, he's already got a Sheen and a Tears.
Not only those 2 kills, it's 2 tower plates as well that he's managed to gain for himself, which is why he's incredibly far accelerates the gentleman's agreement in the mid lane. Fun is good to fight. He's a set. He doesn't care. He just wants to gate keeping E-Star's pressure his way and is the damage that can really look like he can take on the world, at least in the next few minutes. This is going to open up E-Star to make these plays nice and early.
The Mary early lead that we know them for. Oh, whoa, here we go. You're done, my friend. Fun plays that magnificent.
Mechanical beauty in this game. We start off with the hooks from Chelsea. We thought, yeah, that's what we like to see. That little pullback though from Fun was sick.
And do you know what? I said this right. He gets to be the solo mid laner on a team, and he's showing off. Now he's got his grit stacked. Haymaker of gonna walk away. This is gonna deter Herald though.
To get it going, it hasn't reset yet. It's still super low on that patience, but we'll be able to be BLG picking this up. Nice damage coming in onto Fun.
Be able to grab that Herald for himself. Ooh, Chelsea trying to make something happen there. Fofo going in. Fofo has to use it into the hook. Way forced away. Chelsea blocks the rocket, keeps his jungler safe.
Bit over aggressive from Wei. You don't have the hook from Chelsea to even follow up if you get underneath the tower, especially with Fofo using that Valkyrie to hop out of any sort of base. Fun can collect this tower, and we'll go back to farming for at least the next few minutes until that dragon does spawn.
This set mid lane as well is, when you think of set, you kind of think of, oh no, tank mid laner, this is going to be boring. But set can make plays.
Also, Wink is making plays again on this Ezreal.
Yeah.
We already talked about, hey, look, yeah, the 2 kills are great, but he's actually been bullying in this bottom lane now with that early Sheen pickup. Advantage, he's got the level advantage, and off of the pressure he's creating.
Oh, Chelsea! Quite finished the kill off. True Shot Barrage obviously on cooldown. They don't quite get the turret play either. As soon as best 16 arrives, they realize.
16 though, to sit in these bushes and not be able to do anything. He's not being able to farm, he's not being able to get aggressive plays like ganks, and all that's happening. He's taking some of that, and still Wink is firing on ahead. You can see on your score there, 4,004.
So I just want to quickly visit the top lane while we've got a second here, because this lane, he's 30 CS down right now. Kingen is having his way with the top.
Kingen is doing really well, and as you said, I mean, these waves would obliterate. Make sure you're staying safe, but I mean, Ornn does have a lot of damage if he gets onto you, so overly safe it would appear, just to make sure that nothing has gone awry in the top lane.
These are going to be on the other side of the map right now. We'll see how Xiaobai can do. Once he's got a couple of items, he's still going to be able to. Guys are one of those champions as well. You always have to bear in mind that he can just win fights by himself by using his ult on the right target alone.
BLG walking down towards the bottom lane. E-Stars knows, going on Chelsea with the hook.
He's going to look for it. Doesn't. He should have just settled for Shinmei. Oh, it was actually blind, so I guess he wasn't picking a target. It was just shooting the hook and hoping. Fofo. Valkyrie, I'm assuming, already being used. Parallel convergence won't find the stun. But Xiaoxi's here. Flashes forward.
Yeah, so BLG are going to be forced right the way back, and it's more when we get to this next dragon fight.
You guys don't get to do anything BL says E-Star. They are consistently just forcing plays.
And this is what I meant about that bully team. He liked to play around support, he liked to play around jungle and LNG. Well, we're seeing it again when it comes to E-Star.
Wink is quickly becoming one of my favorite bottom lane, and he's dropping emotes, BMing them, saying, "You can't do anything to."
This is E-Star coming back off of that last one. Tilt be damned. This game, and now they got to go back down. Phoenix accelerated here as Wing, so you're actually in a position where you can fight for this second dragon comfortably with the Infinity Edge not being completed by Wings and Shell.
Jungle, you don't get the buffs. This is for Wing. He's the one that. Oh dear, Xiaoxi. I love Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi is, I think, my favorite to watch.
And like, it feels had a couple of people come out from the LMS with mixed results, but Xiaoxi come out on these supports and any sort of like the Thresh, the Blitzcrank, and now we've got the Bard.
Oh dear. Crucial Barrage goes through there. The Herald denied. Must have been about to run out, honestly, for him to just drop it in the mid lane like that.
The thing hasn't actually got anything for themselves, and E-Star have already gotten 3 turret plates, consistently forcing the aggression. 30 CS advantage for the Ezreal in a lane that he really should give second dragon. So you can see the results. 3,000, or well, I can math at some stage. 2,000 gold lead for the guys of the E-Star line.
And you have to consider as well, we were at the top side to that 30 CS lead. Well, and honestly, if I'm going to pick a member to be fed, I'll pick Ezreal over Ornn any day. Fofo, you don't get this one either. But they're all
it makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah, I'm used to mid laner picking it up, but still, yeah. I mean, it makes sense for Xiaoxi. More fun for Xiaoxi, but yeah. I mean, look, this is bullying. This is great. It's so funny to watch.
Xiaoxi's Blitzcrank. I love watching his Thresh as well, but it feels like Blitzcrank. There's just a little to watch him play. Wing. Oh, he stopped it! He got him! Oh my days! Wing does you and finish the job. Minions arrive though, and so does the rest of the team. Now, Call of the Forge God. They're trying to get it through. True shot for Barrage hits! And fun for the kill. Wink with another one. Can he there, gets over the wall and keeps himself safe.
But look at the mid lane. Wei's got this mid lane turret. You've got Xiaobai pushing in the top lane. So 1-for-1 stuff elsewhere.
This is such a great game to watch. This is I was not expecting this series.
E-Star, man, how can you not expect it to be action-packed?
Because I thought BLG would not making plays.
Kind of, but there's still a lot behind in this game. I mean, you're looking down over off the turret plates. Now you've got Ezreal who's about to answer for this bottom side. This is just E-Star.
Right at the start of the day, are we going to see the pop-off from Wings? So hyped up from the LDL. Not in this laning phase, because there's one side of the coin where Wings has been getting hit by hooks.
It's 15 minutes, and Wink has finished his Iceborne Gauntlet. That is an insanely fast 2 items from this guy. They can actually now turn, it looks like, fight. BLG realized, look, we cannot go for these fights. We're still waiting on Ornn to get towards those later stages. Same with Corki, hasn't finished off that try Wings, but they're so, or Wings even, but they're so far behind.
They are monstrously behind. A job of now clearing out the jungle as well. He's got into power farm mode. Fofo moves to the bottom side of the map, and he's trying to even up the tower. Get to even things up because there's a Herald on the could turn into more. TP. Oh my days! They're gonna punish Fofo. You definitely don't get to even the towers up because Xiaobai's can't Valkyrie out of this one. Go save him. One more obliterate. In fact, just an auto will do the job.
He had to let Fofa out of the death realm so Funfun could get the assist. That's all that was. Yeah, this is what when he starts is they will TP for plays like this. So you know the drag about having a TP for that. We just want to kill people right now, right here.
Dude, I'm down. If that's the play, has to to jump away. Kingen on Horn duty this game, I just don't agree with it. He was one of the carries last time around. Shousey over the wall. Wants to find some DPS here, but Kingen is though. Wink has a good amount of damage at this point in the game. Kingen will
Она покрывает все.
fall, and best, he was here to help out his buddy.
То есть вообще 100%.
Is that buddy? Shin.
So they will take deck lane to just create some
Без общежития. Но это
pressure, but they do need to back. They will want to secure that third
Но
dragon for themselves and make sure they're getting to Inferno Soul as soon as possible. There, you gotta admit they're a very fun team to watch.
Ну, в семестр где-то.
Love watching Shousey. Shousey there, I think Kingen maybe could have just got a solo kill onto Wei, because Kingen was
Улучшение 240.
ultimately, it doesn't matter how long he survived, it just matters that he dropped.
That's why I'm surprised to see Star go for the play, because you've
Не знаю, если
already got him with that Abyss. A lot of that damage on E-Star right now,
оформится, чтоб я это все.
because you've got Wei,
No,
Xiao
you
Bai,
don't,
Wing.
Fofo. No, you don't, Fofo.
Мама у меня тут.
This isn't your blue buff. Get out of this jungle.
Самостоятельно.
It's like he's coming in over.
I'm just on E-Star's side at this point. I'm just enjoying the bullying at this stage. I'm part of the problem, Dagda.
I think people are not having a fun time, but it is E-Star looking to secure River Vision. Xiaoxi still looking for these hooks.
Дали, но не повысили.
Shinmo needs to be so careful walking up there.
Yeah. This will be their third Drake of the game. They'll be on Soul Point for themselves, and you know what? When you snowball against Soul,
Да,
will be an Infernal Soul.
It's not fair.
That's just
Look, E-Star mid-game has been hit. They're looking spectacular. 3 dragons. You've already on Wink, whereas it's just the Infinity Edge for Wings now. Yes, Wings has him back to the between these two AD carries is monstrous right now.
I love how our 2 solo laners here for E-Star are both just mass this tower. But there's no way anyone can go in there. And BLG, sure you get a tier 1. You trade it for it.
And it means now that you've got Fun and Xiaobai you can play towards this side.
Okay.
Oh, not quite.
I got a little
Sure if Wei was still going to go, but either way, you've got E-Stars who can play towards this bottom lane now. You've got an exposed inhibitor turret. So if BL or some of these big fights that E-Star have been hounding for throughout this game, but then there's the ability of
I think Wink might already be on 40% CDR, because he is throwing out Q. Is basically the speed at which anyone else can auto-attack already.
Ну, все равно.
Once that third item is finished, there's basically nothing BLG can do to shut him down. Wings on the other side, good to see the edge. He is so far behind in that bottom lane. Roll, make a play onto Xiaobai here.
Вроде и не надо, но мне.
I don't know what Mordekaiser is. It's never a 2v1, right? It's always going to be 1v1 with the Death Realm. And Fofo forced to back play with the map.
Here we go, brings him into the death realm. Oh, no.
Сюда с четверками были.
What? I feel like they both were hurting him while he was in the death realm there.
Yeah.
I don't know what just happened.
No,
If
because
someone...
at the point the Mordekaiser is you can pull
Yeah.
King it into the Death Realm, and
В последний.
the is chasing onto Fofo.
He's trying to dodge away
Да, да, да.
from these rockets, parallel convergence, but Fofo's going to turn things used
Ну, мне кажется,
defensively.
да не
Wei decides to back off because
нормально, это чисто было за
he
себя.
knows
It's a
that the
ruse,
rest of the
ruse.
squad's coming on in,
Она сказала вот так.
and he can walk away with his life, or can he? He's got to dodge rockets.
Ладно.
There's no rockets left, but Fofo flashes for the kill. Oh,
Ну, сейчас...
drill! That belonged to Wei!
Everything
Режет мне оценка ей.
on this map, Philip. Even trying to hard carry on Ezreal in the last
blue
game.
buffs.
Now he's coming in, and so there's the.
So- Oh, Bellows break blocked the ult.
Okay, I missed that
Еще у подруги...
part. Yeah. Well played by Kingen, realizing that obviously Xiaobai was going to go for it, so they're able to stop.
Beautifully done by King in there. And this is game. Right, his Hecarim in game number 1 looked fantastic. Now in game Number 2 we see is on, and there's not that much you get to show off. That is the kind of moment where you really do.
He does, and that's exactly what we saw from King in there. He looks amazing, just being able to figure out exactly what Xiaobai is doing, get into his head, squirrel around there. So E-Star have to slow down a little bit on what they're doing, but with that minute and a turn towards this objective, they've already got some decent vision control in the area as well, with a couple of pink wards and now clearing out that. Should be in a good spot to take them.
And BLG don't want it to for them, because this Infernal Soul would just about put the final nail in the coffin. They're already 5,000. They have got a Hurricane finished off on Wings, and they've also got Fofo with 2 items here, the Triforce as well as the Mana Moon. So, or the more
As BLG very far behind, you still need to get that Phantom Dancer, or if you want to go for that Death Staff, you're still an item essentially behind where Wink is, and you've really got that Dead Man's Plate, which you want for that speed up. You're going to have a little bit more of that magic resistance.
Characteristic mistake here, and maybe throws this one away. Xiaoxi still surviving though, and the down Wings still surviving, but Wink jumps straight onto him. Shinmo goes much damage. He can jump onto anyone and one-shot them just like he does to Fofo. Kingen will cast kill, and an easy ace for E-Star.
And they can now pick up in towards the dragon. E-Star are going to start at the Baron as well. They are going to take the lot, and what a the showstopper onto Kingen to slap him's foe means there's so much burst damage onto the carries. There's nothing left in the tank for BLG to carry through, and that's what we were talking about when we Fun can destroy BLG if he's able to pick up Kingen and into the carries. And
Wink continues to take the other half of his jungle.
Does get caught. Fun flashes over the wall, big face breaker, and then onto Kingen, which is insane on to Wings. Means one combo from Wink will be able to finish him off. And at that stage, there's nothing that follows through with the rest of the fight.
I mean, easy cleanup for Wink on this one. I love that it's basically like Xiaoxi, he definitely made a mistake, but in all chat, he's not going to admit that. No. In all chat,
no.
That's just a straight up.
Getting more kills onto Wink. We all know that this is the main carry here. It's about Sacker.
So it's all part of the plan. He just had to look juicy, be in the right spot, force him into a fight.
Shake that robot butt, you know, get to cleanups. And now you've got Infernal Soul, you've got that Baron as well, and spreading out that Baron buff across the map as well. Fun in this bottom lane. Now it becomes so difficult for BL to wave clear to do with a Baron.
Moving up towards the Baron, as you rightly say, and realistically, BLG, they're going to be contesting for now, Star. They're just going to be using the minions to try and chip away, because in the mean lanes as well, you got Wink in the mid lane, you got Fun in the bottom side of the map.
Just trying to use the minions, these kind of minions, to chip away at these turrets and start to get a bit of progress. So one tower fall on that top side for Shell. It's slow and steady now for E-Star.
And this is the perfect way to use a Baron, right? Dance between the lanes. But then there's pressure elsewhere on the map, so BLG are pulled elsewhere on the side because Fun stepped up. It's best 16 that has to be careful. Gets Xiaoxi. You'd love to go for a hook right now. Won't quite be able to find it, but look at the damage onto Wings there. 1 Q from Wink is
absolutely disgusting. This Ezreal is seeing Kingen struggling to deal with this top lane pressure. There's 3 cannon minions there.
And as everybody moves up towards that top side to deal with that pressure, pressure comes elsewhere on the map. They look when Xiaoxi going in there. The inhib towers continue to get hammered away onto Wink, steps forward, and the mid lane with the other two lanes are even easier to siege onto.
Yeah, there's only 3 seconds left though, and BLG realize.
Ult comes on through the straight onto Kingen, who just about gets. No, he goes down. Chelsea had the ignited. Even Chelsea. Way didn't even respond by that.
Yes. It's like, you guys, you got this. We take down the tankiest member of BLG like he's nothing. And now E-Stars. Two inhibitors cracked open. Rotate towards the top. Chelsea.
And you panic. Your bum clenches and you worry for someone on the side of BLG. Fofo, you know you can't do anything, but stop pretending like you can. In on towards his inhib tower. Though it's Fofo trying to get damage out from the side. Mystic shots go wide. It's going to be 2 inhibs.
I don't think E-Star need to overpush here. Kingan's about to respawn. They've put in that last play. Go back, spend it. Make sure you're staying ahead of the curve of BLG. And all you need to do in Fun to push in these side lanes and towards that top. And just create pressure again, so that then you can take that last hit.
Wing taking a long way around there on the recall. I was a little bit worried he was going to get caught out, but he should be fine. And when you look at these two carries, compete and goal difference between the 80 carries.
Well, he still
С ним разговаривали.
stole the blue ball. He managed to get it with the Hextech Pro.
Poor
belt.
Fofo.
Oh.
Do you remember about Fo's hit his 2-item spike? 2 items. That was a
He
long
did get an
while
update
ago.
though. He did get the Trinity Fusion.
There
so
we
he's
go.
got a little
He's
bit
got his
of
IE.
There we go. Infinity Edge. That's a pretty big power point here. For too late at this stage. You're sitting 12,000 gold behind, 11,000 gold behind. You've got those Infernos.
Can I?
Massive.
Let me just counter that slightly though.
Okay.
Oh, hang on.
Sorry, you.
And you know,
you
I
wanted
was
to
about to
counter what
say.
E-Star had?
I was
Sorry, you
about
wanted
to say
yeah.
they've got a Felios, they can still win, and then winged him around the
Нет, я никому не говорю.
booty, and that is going to be a win in the book. Nothing the BLG can do about this one anymore. Shinmo taken very low by Wing. Absolutely anything he pleases
Это же не на этом.
at this point in the game on the Ezreal. Jumps on forward, Fofo, everybody in, and BLG barely walking away with his lives. Chelsea with an uncharacteristic miss on the hook. And everybody backing away. One Nexus tower for themselves. The next minion wave floods on in, and now the siege continues once again. Nice fun, but he's going to be able to keep himself safe with a haymaker. And now everybody piles in, and
Ну, потому что
E-Star clean up shop. Another one for Wei.
я просто думаю, что
Wings has survived, but even a Felios can't save you now.
чтоб я отчислялась.
On in dominant fashion.
So it turns out if you take
Допустим, на полгода
Smite, E-Star are actually a pretty good team. Very convincingly
норм, то просто это,
here, and it was off to the races from very early on. Getting those 2 kills in the bottom lane, punishing as Hinmo, and then from there, Wink was
приехала за ним.
absolutely monstrous. You saw how much impact Fun
Ну да, он
could
да,
have.
And I think E-Star fighting for most improved team here across at least the course of this series, because
Most improved
most
team.
Знаешь, какую фразу?
Hey,
improved
so
team
far.
of the day by far. Opposite for
Но она такая типа.
them, obviously the bottom. I mean, if it feels like talking about the majority of that game is almost unimportant,
Да я не знаю.
because so much of in that bottom side, the hooks from onto Wing
Ну ничего страшного, типа. вот
that like
играем,
thread the needle
I
through the
don't know.
minion.
ага.
That was incredible, and that's how you is the ability to know exactly how you're. Oh well, the hook comes out from the left hand, which means you can fire this around certain minions. It's beautiful from Chelsea, understanding exactly what this champion is capable of. Getting that hook, setting up good shape, fantastic. They can go and rotate around elsewhere, and it just really looked like from there, Fun started getting control of the mid lane with Chelsea coming to there as as well on this Echo pick with the Dark Harvest.
It was a story of a snowball, and Wink is a guy that knows how to snowball on Israel apparently, because he was not that big of a lead he had, and he was playing like it. Look at the damage, 33,000,
triple the damage of Wings. That's more than 1,000
damage per minute of the game as well. Insane performance out of Wing. And you know, Fofo trying his best, and Fofo is very much a leaning post for BL.
And it's the same again. Solo laners looking good. I mean, Kingen trying to step up here on the Ornn, but there's very little you can do there as this tank. You have Damnedest, but it felt like the rest of the team just couldn't really keep up, especially after falling behind.
It was a really, really rough one. Stating the obvious based on what we just witnessed a murder right before us from E-Star there, and I don't really know how to analyze a game that this one-sided. I don't know where to go from it.
We're still seeing a lot of the same today, though, is when they do get these leads, or even if they're slightly behind, they start off with this bully squad of fun, shout, away, who will move through vision, pick you off, try and set up for these plays. And I think this is a trend we're now going to see continue with E-Star, where you get these early leads. They're happy to just try and go for these picks over and over. To invest a couple of teleports before a dragon or a Rift Tower comes up, it doesn't matter.
The perfect example is that teleport, right? Come to the bottom lane, like, Fofo, you've gone too far, my friend. And it may not be perfect League of Legends, but it's fun League of Legends, that's for sure. We're going to game number 3, though, and we'll see if E right after the break. So, spoilers, they can.
人马绕后了，这个位置看起来还可以。
那 Wink 交了一个秒秒我的一个进球非常爆炸，直接控制到了3个人，瞬间后排全烂掉了。转瞬骑士，对面有一个 TP， 这样的话，威武在这边找对面的支援太神奇了。
派博这边交出自己的闪现，
但是四兄弟被憋在了这。蛇虐来了。
但这四兄弟的蹭饭，小东北可能要被卖了。
小东北谁这一波躲开了一个钩。
你不想玩吗？
本来想又花一个怎么说操开？果然想操作。
我就是过。
立刻交下。俺老孙的本事吧！就是要抓四炮节的，但是
这个布隆顶了很多伤害。
Q 抢到了3个人，应该是。
大招给急了。
俺一个人头，把10万8000里。
被及时赶到。
这波猴子招打他，
这边有点难受，定住有没有？
被勾到，这波外面有点炸。的本事。
你胆子够大，刚好。
大刀先冲进来保护一下队友，扯一下，做的非常推到2个人。王老师闪现进来，藏到了脸跳。看一下后续的时候，看到明星是一个人过去，
过3个人，
哇，但是就做梦的一个输出，好像没有人在理，猪八自己的一个刺，以及明星2个人双重以后，W顺利的打赢了这波团战。
先休息一会儿。
这波看看啊，一控把他的位置也被找到，但是他
如你所愿。
这个时候大兵已经兵临城下，临近了防御塔，这不住呢。 要看这个减
那先踩
打的是
游荡
很快的，看一下又先推主机链，能不能推掉 ？A 的速度非常快，还差2下左右，张无忌至 A 出一下，哇抓 Q 卡萨丁，一点点，有的时候差之毫厘，谬之千里。
成长。
Надо уже накидывать какие-то слабости уже дистанция. Так, посмотрю, что впереди.
Feeling nothing is forever. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moon. This is it now. Come, make the memory. Heart is beating so. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the. This is it now, come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on your every word, the love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, 'cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground.
Welcome back to sunny Shanghai. You can see us right there. We're in the second bauble on that Shanghai satellite tower. I can't even remember what it's called actually. My name is Mujrules. This is Dagda. We're not there. I'm telling Porky's here. We're in E-Star versus BLG, and it's been an interesting series, Dagda. I don't really know what other word to use to describe.
Yeah, it's been a little bit all over the place, but definitely it's been fun to watch, at least with the way not taking Smite at the first game, definitely giving BLG the edge. But you can see when E-Star, when they're on form, when they've got the right summoner spells.
That's the key. The summoner spells. That's the way to win these games. Game number 2. It's gonna go the way of Wink. Not that surprising when he was on triple anyone else's damage on it.
Team's damage. Holy moly, Wink went wild. But look, what is Wink? It really does feel like that. The bottom lane duo stepped up massively for E-Star. Just couldn't quite have the same impact. Game 2 though, Wink was going nuts.
Yeah, 80 base, but look at the gold damage conversion as well. Over 200%, which is like, it's about how you use that advantage. And I mean, we saw it consistently, just fighting in the jungles, consistently denying anything from own Wolves. Never mind anything else.
I don't know if Fofo actually managed to get a blue buff in that game when all is said and done. But either way, we are going to be coming into game number 3 now. ADD will be stepping in this top lane, so King will not be showing up on the top side. And I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought Kingan was doing
That feels
pretty
unfair.
okay.
That feels unfair to me. I really don't think that Kingan was the issue, but it could be a shot calling thing. It could be a communication thing. We'll see if it's going to fix anything. I don't know. Something needs fixing. That is for sure. Maybe it's Blitzcrank's hitbox.
that pretty well. But yeah, we'll have to see how they now want to try and address this, because for being going to work out, if you're going to give that much control over to E-Star, well, they're going to have to kind of come back to, well, what was the issue? It's not like it's coming into E-Star being over aggressive all around these ganks. It was just individual performers on E-Star. Gee, well, there's not much we can do for you.
Performers on E-Star. Now, it's something we always said about Cryant, and Fun being one of the players that really steps up for this squad. Now, East, we headed to draft, and the set has been respect banned away from Fun.
Towards both Fun and Chelsea as well, because don't forget that set is a flex. It's coming over for E-Star. See, a little bit of a mix up here in that support role, but now as we get to go in, instantly
Ezreal goes straight into the hands of Wing. And obviously, E-Star to go with the Aphelios, at least within these first 3 picks.
There is also that been in certain situations, but I think when Wink is playing so well on E-Star, he's not in that carry.
Also, East game generally speaking, so I don't know if the center, like Aphelios, even though he's a super late, like he's really strong when you get to the late game. Like he's useless in the earlier stages of the game. Don feels pretty hopeless.
Well, we are seeing E-Star at least go 2 picks. The Ornn is locked in alongside the Aphelios. So now BLG will more than likely teeter back towards. It looks like the Trundle going to be locked in. And now I'd like to see them lock in a support, something aggressive against, but with that LeBlanc left open, Fofo will pick that up this early to mid game for BLG, where they can play through skirmishes with Fofo on this LeBlanc.
Well, Fun is going to answer, because it is going to be the mid lane based on these hovers, but once again, 3rd time this series, it is going to be Best grabbing the Trundle from. I don't think Best has been particularly an issue. It's been the way that he's had to for them. Fun goes for this Galio once again. And you can see the win rate for Galio, 56%. There's been a good amount of presence from the Stone trade.
It does really well against some of these more damage and assassin orientated mid laners like the LeBlanc. Push the wave back, you're able to absorb a lot of the damage and then shut down any sort of roam potential thanks to that ultimate to those mid laners, just because you've got so much damage from the Aphelioses and your AD carries in the bottom lane. But now we are into that second ban phase and no jungler locked in for E-Stars. Imagine that's where we're going to be seeing a lot of the attention put towards.
E-Star. Okay, bans were not what I was expecting coming in today.
Well, ADD is a big tank player, so when you bring him in, you tank orientated style, known as a big Scion player back in the day as well. And we have seen a few Scions about the place Kong in that style, so I would be surprised to see the Scion coming through here for ADD.
There was a Scion in LEC, I believe.
Yeah, Cabo Shard actually played it, tossing it in there that maybe we do see it.
Could see it coming on through. I can't say experienced in, because Scion has been out of the meta for a good old while at this point, but
I don't think Scion was even in. Oh, I don't know. Ornn's been in for a while now.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out as this game tells its story, Dactus.
Wink is giving a shout out to Uzi as well. Don't forget RNG was where Wink started.
подавать.
He was actually
Yeah,
trained
true.
under Uzi, so looks like it might have been a little bit of a
Oh, you love to see it. Obviously, he already has the Aphelios for himself.
Можно меня фотографировать.
Looking towards the jungler, and it's the Rek'Sai. This is something that is now going to show its head here in the LPL. This is the first time we've seen it this split.
When you think towards Rek'Sai, you think of this early game aggression, and so far it's been reasonably later game scaling coming through. Going to need to get out early and have a big impact in the early stages, or he behind.
Leona going to be the pickup here for Shinmo. Kind of similar to the Blitzcrank we saw. Very aggressive support that could start things off. And Ezreal typically not the AD carry that you'd pair with them, but started last game. Ezreal does fine.
Okay, we're gonna get the Kale for ADD. So a couple of people bring out against the Ornn because there's not very much Ornn can do to stop you from farming up. And when you get to the later stages, obviously that level 11, massive impact. So suddenly you're answering very well with this Kale pick for the Aphelios for that later game scaling his Ornn, but and go, hey look, you guys are going late.
Yeah, we've got two hyper carries in the game right now. That's just Kale and Cassidy I'm talking about. No, Aphelios doesn't even come into the to power things up. We're going
Но всё равно, знаешь, когда ты
long in game number 3 here, ladies and gentlemen, which is uncharacteristic
ну, какой-то
for E-Star. This is not the style they usually play.
He has kind of been lost in the draft here now as a result, because you've got this Rek'Sai whose strengths lie between levels 1 to really come near them, and maybe down towards this bottom side with Wink and Xiaoxi flexing that Galio down there. You can try and make some plays, but otherwise ganking the bot lane or towards this Ornn in the top lane is just going to be outscaled massively and just become a dead weight.
Honestly, do I dare say it, which is not something I
смысла. Я очень редко
expected to say in this series. But hey, we are seeing a new style out of E-Star, which is exactly what we asked for at the start of today. We said they were winning fights. Let's see a different style. This is it, though.
It's a different style on both sides, because usually when we look at BLG, you've got at least King and Wraith play. Oh, sorry, not aggressive.
А ты учиться ходишь.
Play some sort of engage-orientated champion. So you've still got, as we saw, the Maokai's. We've seen all these kind of different champions coming in, but now be your main engage and trying to pair a kite back from E-Star. It's taken on a very different form, and I'd be interested to see more backline orientated top.
Я вообще
See
страдала,
if
я
being
не отка- посплю полчасика,
the
спаюсь,
solo
просыпаюсь.
engage really made his name just yet in the LPL. He's looking to come into BLG 2019 summer. He's never really been a pop-off performer.
Yeah, he was splashes of him every so often. He does like to he hasn't been exactly the most standout. He's fine, but
Yeah.
now this is where he's got to step up when it comes to those engagements.
To be fair to him, in that first split in 2019 summer, they did manage to finish 4th place. It's not like he wasn't. It's not like he was a bad support or anything like that.
Fofo's got Hail of Blades, LeBlanc.
Indeed, he has.
So
My analyst, explain Hail of Blaze
so-
LeBlanc to me.
the way that I'm assuming this is working is that Fofo is like, okay, I'm going to look just to consistently get these attacks, but it's not like LeBlanc's auto attacks deal a huge amount of damage. I still would have preferred the electrocute here, so whenever whenever he tries to go for these trades, and you can see like that's how that's supposed to go.
Let's
but
go.
I mean, the auto attacks at least the casting queue, but
Magic Shield don't
Yeah.
work. It's the perfect build, Dagda. Xiaoxi gets a knock off. Shinmo traded with a stun, and Ignite actually comes down. Xiaoxi forced to flash. Heal came out from Wink as well. Really nice.
Xiaoxi's heal. Wink has actually gone for the
Oh,
cleanse there to make sure that he's not getting locked up too heavily. But Shouse not where they wanted to start off this game.
Certainly not. Xiaobai on the Ornn up against this Kayle in the top lane, and this is a really nice lane. Well, you do have some damage. Typically, you're not going to be able to kill the threat in the top lane against this Kayle.
I want to go back to where some choices is here, but I will after this gank in top lane.
Yeah, because Best is coming in, and Xiaobai available. He's slowed by the red buff already. Just get first blood on a Kayle.
And there's so little you can do as Xiaobai here. You saw Wei pathing down towards the bot side to clear, so finally getting some of these early ganks off and really helping out. We are looking at the rune choice here from Fofo to Taste the Blood and Transcendence with not the rest of the runes, but just that Halo trying to answer.
Yeah, and the flash was used by AD, so I don't think he can get himself away from this one. We'll see who gets the kill. It's going to be given the auto.
I don't think Wei needs to invest his flash though, because Rek'Sai without a flash is kind of useless. So now you put in that engage there, so I think you could have just walked into lane his way. Either way though, they will end up getting that. The rune choices I want to talk about was the Unsealed Spellbook, because it gives Xiaoxi in the bottom lane access to a whole bunch of these summoner spells. And Nimbus Cloak works because of that speed up that late champions alongside the phase rush. But sorry, I'm getting myself confused. Phase rush was Nimbus Cloak is still just super good, and Xiaoxi's going to be looking to try and use this too.
Xiaobai just bashes AD in the top side, and it's going to be nice that they were able to shut ADD down. He's still going to be able to farm away. You can see he's got the call for himself. And Wei, ADD to be able to just farm away.
No flash here, and should be able to set this play up nicely. Wei has now been spotted, so ADD turns.
He's going to go under the turret though, and Wei can move on in here. Cannon is going to be there. Misses the knockup from Xiaobai here. ADD still surviving. Xiaobai had I thought he was doomed. ADD very nicely played. Oh, the Halo Blades get the autos in quick. Fofo, this is your chance to prove us all wrong.
Damage down and we'll force Fun back. Top lane though, Best trying to get up here, see if he can catch out Wei returning to his jungle.
I actually kind of like the Halo Blade. More action! The pillar is there! Far in though, and Xiaobai survives. In the meantime, we're going to 2v2. It's all action all day long, Dagda. Wink going to be dishing out the damage, gets a gravity onto Tulips, has fallen off, but there's a TP. Wink can't finish off the kill. Now he's onto Wings' drive. Wink goes forward, but Eclipse keeps the Leona safe. Xiaoxi the wins a war.
An effort from the Eastar bot lane to try and trade when you know you're going to die. Teleport usage from the LeBlanc on point. Best in top lane now.
This game is bonkers. CD should be able to finish this kill off. Best going to tank a tower shot for it. But there we have it. Another one for the Kayle.
And BLG, 2,000 gold lead in 6 minutes. This is what we wanted to see from BLG.
This is nuts. Maybe
happens all the time with BLG. You get this one game that gives you hope. But the thing is, had the mess up from Wei in game number 1. They're now in a really good G beating E-Stars with this early game lead.
Maybe the one to take a very important series away from E-Star here. Oh, this is a lot of pressure on him to perform in this game right now.
Well, what's he able to do? He has no D unless he's got Xiaobai set up. Bot lane has gone all disastrously for E-Star, so we can't really get in there. Wei is hitting the point where Best is going to start outscaling him. He'll be able to outperform him, and Wei isn't able to do.
That takes actually a pretty reasonable trade for himself there. Has hit the level 6 mark now, so expect this Kassadin to at least something and be able to trade back a little bit laning phase though. Actually could be in trouble. No, jumps away with the rift walk and keeps himself safe.
So full off, and it's been working pretty well. I mean, a 20 CS lead for the LeBlanc, and
Way's being bullied away from this blue buff. Chains, fun has his flash. It's going to be enough.
a lot of members from...
True shot barrage? Nah, fun went back mid. Never mind.
I was looking at a lot of members of E-Star starting to collapse in around the jungle, but they didn't go for anything.
The rings of action, but it's not quite a full fight. It's not quite the full play.
But here's the thing, right? Winning mid, BLG winning bot lane. And now you've got back. The Dragon did go over towards E-Stars. Way did a good job to steal that away. But when we look towards Rift Herald and stuff,
I've just seen something that makes me feel a little bit sick. Fofo has a cult. He also has a cutlass.
I would not ages ago it used to be a thing, but you can still go Gunblade with Assassin, so that is still the build you can go. It was one that came out that's a lot more mid-game. Folk trying to do here is go, okay, well, if we go for this mid-game where Fofo and Wings can help carry in, just while E-Star is still struggling to get to the super late game, ADD can have a bunch of gold already invested into the BLG side.
Part of the problem once again is that, yes, BLG very much are going to have advantages in the early game. We said already, E-Star played like they want to scale. They've been pushes with BLG.
And that's because Wei is on this wreck side. You need to be able to do something, or you just become a non-factor.
Fine. Just has to use his Call of the Forge God there. Keep himself safe on the top side.
So, Xiaobai has Ignite as well, so put up, but definitely won't be able to use that to get back to lane. So now your Xiaobai have been forced right the way ADD is shoving in, so Xiaobai falling further behind. Fofo, we already know how well he's doing in this mid. This is BLG looking really good. I just want to see them start to pick up a little bit more. You already saw Best as we talked to using that either towards this top lane or the mid lane could work. Just accelerate as far as possible.
I'm really curious if it is going to be this Gunblade coming through. That's the only thing that I'm like, maybe it could be AD.
Gunblade, like this was something where because you had the active and because you had a lot of, there we go, the gun, or at least the, you had a lot more mid-game oriented damage with the burst from the Gunblade. It worked out really, really well. But often it's because you want to be able to scale to the later stages, but they've ADD to rely on in that mid-game oriented.
He's spotted by the ward and try. He doesn't even know that ward's there. Chelsea still sticking around though. Surprisingly, gets a taunt galore. Goodbye, Best. Teleport in from AD. Fofo comes in as well. That's going to be some judgment coming on through. But they've managed to protect Fun, and now ADD. Call of the Forge God still on cooldown from the plate in the top lane, and Wink has to flash out. It's going to answer for one kill. Wings gets the AD carry down, and now Xiaobai this kill off for himself. In fact, ADD gets the credit. It's going to be 2 for 3 and a bit of a brawl.
But BLG off of just those first items being completed by Fofo. Also a lot of damage coming out from Wings because you've got Wink who's not quite able to pick up the fight. They're getting this dragon as well for themselves. ADD.
This is exactly what you talk about. E-Star just start fights, whether it's good or not.
And it's the same bully squad again, away Chelsea and Fun. They've moved in here, they start to take this fight. Eatly out of position, he can't really go for it, pressure him off to the side. He has to be careful of Fofo coming over a wall on top of him. The second any sort of damage lands, he's out. Fun isn't in a position to fight yet, and that's kind of E-Star don't want to be fighting now. They want to be scaling, they want Cassidy to get towards 3-4 items. It's the same with Wink, and they're still...
Yeah, and you know, Xiaobai came down to the fight, he even used his teleport to get there, but ultimately, he didn't have what that Ornn is really going to do for you in a team fight scenario. He's now 0-3 on this Ornn. So ADD's in trouble, doesn't have his flash, isn't going to get caught by the ult. Off and knock up. Ult used by Wei here. My days, the damage. At least they find some things going their way.
Well, why does it matter, right? I mean, Xiaobai is not going to real damage reduction, I suppose, and he's not going to boost away. We already said this Rek'Sai is going to fall off a cliff in a couple of minutes, so having the plays towards topside slows down ADD a bit, but are BLG's plan here.
No, but celebrate that, all right.
Trying to find the positives away from me.
Trying to find the positives here, buddy. Kill. Wait. He's going for the AD route. He's going to have a lot of damage on this Rek'Sai, at least for the time being.
Yeah, he's just trying to extend how long he game, and the more AD you go, as I said, once you start to get towards the 20-25 minute mark, Wei's just not going to be able to have an impact. It's going to be really difficult for him to Fofo, Wings, ADD this Rek'Sai from going too aggressive.
That'll be where the onus is here, especially on Shinmo on this side. A lot of what he wants to do when it comes to starting those fights. A lot of it is selecting the right fights for E-Star. This is one of the biggest criticisms we always have of them is it's tempered aggression, right? Don't just fight for the sake of... That's something that they haven't necessarily mastered.
No, they definitely haven't, and what they're waiting for on E-Star's side is either you can go towards this, actually be able to go very aggressive, even beat out ADD when it gets to the super late game, because you can go in super aggressively, force the judgment out of Kayle, and then get out of tower range with pressure, and should be able to start a split push, but we'll have to see how much damage that KDD has, and
the Gunblade build is pretty good.
Yeah, it's
that was a lot of damage. Fofo gets actually caught by the taunt. But the chains goes down, and Shousty now going to be stunned up. Wings goes in with the True Shot Barrage. Already has the Merc Tread, so gets away with his life. They're just buying time though, because Best, he's on the Herald.
So hand in hand with BLG to the late game. As I said, Fen should with 4 members who should just win out, because you've got that nice little Aphelios, you've got the Ornn who's going to be this big beefy. G are doing a great job of having these 3 lanes that are in their advantage, and towers are dropping. You've got a bunch of these Rift Tower plates that have gone their way as well. In the bottom lane.
Hello. Oh, but Wei comes in, and they're going to focus onto Shinmo. I'm not sure he's really the best. But there's a stopwatch, and it's going to deny everything. Wink barely surviving in the meantime is Fun. Deso, I wanted to pop off from Wings, and we might just get it.
And now Wink is nearly dying to fall from the mid. ADD is pushing top. He's just mass Kayle, and he's shoving.
Start to hammer home. Wings goes to the True Shot Barrage just to clear up that next minion wave. Get ready to continue pushing this lead forwards.
How have BLG come out? This has been so bad from E-Star. I'm still baffled by this Rek'Sai pick. It felt so out of place here. And you can see no damage. Forced auto attack would have actually killed him, but Shinmo pops the stopwatch, and Fun dies as well.
As well, that's the second Drake going the way of BLG. Important to mention, the best soul in the game, but still useful. Oh my days. Damage onto Wink once again. Taunt doesn't do anything. Wink is going to be in trouble around this mid game. He's on Aphelios. You're the only one that can protect you either.
Well, how do we start even begin to get into a position where they can actually anything along those lines against BLG? Because ADD ain't giving up his position. He beats out Fun, he beats out Evo as well, is just happy to go to a side lane now as well, and then try and put pressure onto whoever's in front of him. So BLG are just going to try and use
ADD and Wei has moved in, pretending he wants to go for a play. He's going to be the one caught out though. Xiaobai gets a knockup, but let's bear in mind, this is not a fight that can go well.
Got Fun and Xiaobai in the same lane on bottom side though. As long as BLG keep them here, well, you can have Fofo keep pushing on the top side. So you can see there that Wade will be there to try and collect it, but you're still dragging E-Star all over the place.
This is exactly force the issue, right? Make E-Star answer you whatever you do.
By the way, we've been harping on about ADD and Fofo. Wings is 4-0 right.
Yeah.
He's got his Iceborne Gauntlet, he's got his Vamp Scepter, he's everywhere across the board, BLG are in.
I'm starting to think that maybe Ezreal ain't that weak in the early game, especially against Aphelios, because these lanes are consistently going Ezreal's way. Nicely done by Xiaoxi to block the Mystic shot.
Great pillar. Kept him locked in place, but with that situation, but you see here, Fofo putting pressure at the top side. It's
So let's at least talk about the silver lining that exists for E-Star, and that is that they have a Castle win, they have an Aphelios as well. This time there's no stopwatch, and Wei just about. It's going the way of Wei every single time. So.
Yeah, Fun not being able to pick up a few of these now. It's going to move in here. I'm not sure what. Well, look, it's a spell book. Just hop it.
You just
hop it through.
When you see it TP, you think big play.
But
right?
they've committed so many members to the lane.
Oh no, Wink's in trouble. Flashes sideways. Even right there, but he was going towards his team. Fun is going to be able to finish his tower, and this is the silver lining I was talking about, right? You are going to be a Kassadin in the game. It's just a matter of that's where the issue lies.
We're 20 minutes in. BLG are so far accelerated, and you've got a Kayle on the opposite side. It's not like you just try and get past ADD, who's looking to storm in these side lanes. He's been able to get a bunch of this Terror Gold in for himself as well, which is why you're seeing 2 items completed and now working towards that of this Aphelios. But Wink has only started his second item.
It's almost a 6,000 gold lead already. Like something to behold, honestly, from BLG, because they don't want to go for early aggression and snowballing a win, but they're making it look easy right now. They're making it look like this is something they do every day. So we've talked about, like, you know, the potential. It's a long way off. What is it for BLG now? How do they continue to snowball this and not get just caught at this stage of the game? Because we just kind of stall out.
You on here is to have Fofo do just this. Keep Xiaobai occupied in the side.
He's going to get knocked up, and he's going to get forced out of this one, Xiaobai. But they just can't do it. Xiaoxi doesn't get the taunt, and Best has arrived to finish off the Ornn. Fofo gets the kill credit. Fun goes down as well. LG and Fofo, he was just baited.
They can turn towards Baron as well. You've got Xiaobai down, you've got Fun down. Wink can't enter these. LG turn towards the big purple worm.
Wing's going to start this one off. ADD's here as well, and Shinmo, he can just play keep away on this one and stop anyone from stepping forwards. He'd love to get his way in all along. They wanted the fight this whole time. Fofo's there. Wink has got to go. There's nothing he can do. What am I talking about? He goes away. Hopeless for E-Star.
I'm pretty sure it's a bit hopeless for E-Star. BLG are not giving them the opportunity to take anything on the map. They're picking off members, and as at this point, there's nothing you can do. Chelsea is tempting Fofo in these fights, but you're trying to play against the dice roll because Fofo can hop in and out. And in these fights, well, BLG are doing a great members. ADD teleporting in here, and even though you think you can nearly kill Judgment there to keep people safe, BLG getting towards their third dragon now. They're going to put 5 and 1 can split push against both Xiaobai and Fun. You've now got ADD as well with that Barn buff, very close to level 60, and look how big Wings is. You can't even fight him as weak.
If this is how they're going to play for the rest of the split, count me a BLG fan.
You know they're not going to. This is what happens.
Doctor,
BLG
I'm ready to
look
believe.
so good. At least one game in their series. If this goes to 3-game series, they will look phenomenal in one game.
But that was the first 2 games, and they would get to 3 games, and they'd still manage to lose. So just gets away with his life. We don't have time to talk because they're forcing the issue. Shinmo executes him with straight onto the backline. Fun. It's not often that you see Kassadin running away from an Ezreal, but that is what's happening. They know how far ahead they are, and they've got this one. They've got it's 24 minutes. They've got 11,000 gold lead. They've got Baron. They've got everything. They
looking so damn good in this game, and they're going to look to close it out.
Apparently, it stands to a bloody good at this point because they are going to be able to find themselves a series win against E-Star, down with nothing but 6 kills from E-Star. Phenomenal game from BLG.
Absolutely. They come out in the early stages of the game, best 16, ganking that top side. Whoa, that is not a.
Oh, he is devastated, but happy smiles all around on BLG. And I wasn't expecting them to win today. A lot of the fans at home wouldn't have been expecting them to win today. I don't think the players would have.
And look, game 1 went astray for them because of that smite, but that game 3 was BLG dictating it from start to finish. They come in starting to set up ADD for success. Fofo going for this different stuff, trying to auto attack the Kassadin down Q, and he's looking good then. And the bottom side, they're just winning, burning the Flash and Chelsea from left. Every lane from BLG was winning, and they could snowball their advantages.
Of our E-Star boys, but BLG feeling very. I think the thing to focus on here, because you can focus on game 1. If you want to take it away from BLG, you can focus on game 1. But game 3, that's where we need to focus, because it's not just a win here, but a win, and especially in the completely outmaneuvered E-Star.
Yeah, and this is why the beauty of this KO. And just go, okay, we're seeing it with the Aphelios. Well, we can match this now with the Kale, and she does so well have an answer. Then you start to go double down in this late game with the Kassadin losing lanes at top and in mid. That's a done deal. No matter what composition, no matter what draft, if you start out on 3 losing lanes, you're just going to end up falling far too far behind.
And you know, the action in the top side of the map, we saw onto ADD and onto Xiaobai. We never saw a 2v2 getting a kill. Then the other jungler going in, getting a kill, and just trading back and forth. But ultimately, Kale wins those trades. She can do a lot more with the gold than Ornn can.
100%. And I was super surprised to see E-Star side pick here. So when you're looking at this draft, you see all the late game scaling. You see that, okay, we have us or a tank or something along these lines that can still be useful in the later stages, because you're not going to gank mid. You saw that they went top lane, couldn't really do very much, and when Wei got ahead, was still falling off. So on this rec side, because it never really gave anything to E-Star, and then BLG, I mean, that was such a clean finish.
Clean of a very early game, but the important thing was that they came out on top of the fights in the early game. Beyond that, once they did find a lead, it was incredibly clean, especially from Fofo. He brought out a bit of a weird build on the LeBlanc.
This is the thing, it was this mid-game focus that when you get the Gunblade, you spike so hard that there's no fight. So you saw it when they went for that fight at the back of the red pit for BLG's red pit, that Fofo, huge amount of damage. You've now got Ezreal who's free hitting. It felt like E-Star were trying to continue this aggressive push with this 3-man cast to be talk about, but they couldn't do it just off of the smart maneuvering coming through in the builds and the items, in the positioning from BLG.
I would have loved to see the Galio in the mid lane as well. I think they ended the draft, and you know, I kind of like the idea. I like that they were going for the late game scaling, but ultimately just having something in the mid lane that could neutralize that lane and might have been what E-Star needed to equalize a little bit in this game and find their footing for this Aphelios to be.
Okay, well, what do we want to go towards in that support role? I mean, we've seen maybe the likes of the Bees looked really good on it, and I thought maybe you can have this roaming support that's doing well. You can lock down the Trundle, try to lock down the Kale, and then you can deal with some of the squishier members that are dotted around before this big Kale ultimately. Instead, swap the Galio to bot lane, and Xiaoxi really didn't look comfortable on it, especially until the likes of Leo go for the engage, because she gets that combo off so fast with the stun that then you've set up beautifully for this Ezreal.
Yeah, and we have to mention as well that ADD comes in, and I don't know what the level of shot calling ADD does on this team. Generally, shot calling is not typically done by the top laners, but a difference with ADD coming in, and the Kale obviously looked amazing in the game. He got fed a whole bunch of kills right at the start of the game, so you'd expect that one perfectly. Really nicely done, and his influence on the communications maybe is what changed things around.
Well, definitely it felt like it in the draft. BLG, I can kind of see the game plan they're going for, but suddenly it'll take a left or right turn just based on something that's happened, and I'm like, okay, this hasn't really. They actually pulled the rug from under E-Stars with this Kale pick and just teetering off into a bunch of different styles like we saw up to the LeBlanc. So overall, the early game was strong from here, and we do see the glimpses of what we thought we'd continue to see back in spring.
And you know what? We saw Wink number 2. Game number 3, we saw the exact same from Wings. I asked Scott, and he's going to grab our MVP from that bottom lane. Phenomenal play during the mid game. Really, really nicely done. Not quite the same statistics that we saw out of Wing, but you know what? The game...
Magnificent performance from Wings, and especially when he was able to set off right off of some of these early plays, getting control of this bottom lane for Wink and Xiaoxi to try and get anything done. And that was the big question mark for me, was how would this bottom lane go? Because you knew top and mid were going to win, but potential for E-Star to win alongside Wings shut that down from the get-go.
Yeah, they really did, and Wings was able to be a part of all of it. Dancing on the edge of aggro this entire time, you know. He was never quite the focus, and it means as Ezreal, you can do anything. You can dish out so much damage with those Mystic shots going on through.
And look, BLG played this so well. I mean, 4-0 for Wings at the 21-minute mark. They were... it became easy for Wings to operate in these fights because Funfun's far too far behind. Wink isn't really a factor. Wei's fallen off about 15. Get aggressive and deal the damage that he needed to.
Yeah, beautifully done by Wings. Beautifully done. Kind of in shock right now. I just was not expecting Game 3. I wasn't expecting Game 3 to be an exciting game until like 30 minutes had passed, because we had the Kale, we had Casting, we had Aphelios. I thought we were going to be not a chance.
But that's what we should have seen from these stars. We shouldn't have seen them going aggressive. They had only just gotten Fun into a position where he just completed the Rod of Ages, no stack can come onto your Felios in the bottom lane, and they're evading aggressively onto BLG. But BLG are this time with the Ezreal already picking up some of those early wins, and you've got LeBlanc who just completed her Gunblade. That is exactly where BLG wanted to fight, and this is a mistake from E-Star we've seen a lot, where they will go over aggressive and end up putting them on the back burner in this game.
Well, in spring, E-Star built up a huge old fan base in the West, and all of their hearts have just been take a 2-1 victory over E-Star. But we've got another series coming your way here today. We've got another aggressive team that's going to watch going up against their opponents of Vici Gaming. That's going to be coming at your faces in a few minutes' time. Don't go now. Upset of the season so far has already happened. The world champions themselves, no less, F3s against LNG of all teams. I'm Munch. This is the LPL recap. Let's dive into it. Went against LNG and somehow lost. FPX started the series strong. They were able, with the LWX popping off on this Ezreal and managing to win TP off the back of that fight coming out from. But then LNG just turned things on. They snowballed every single early game, controlling the dragons. And then when we got to the later stages of the game, Maple feels like a changed mid laner. Earlier on in this split, we saw them against Suning, and Maple was nowhere to be seen for the whole series. But against FPX, Maple turned it on. It felt like it was the flat end. FPX, even in the early game, even when we know FPX to be at their strongest, LNG were taking it to them. Light as well on his Aphelios, but also on the Ashe earlier in this series, looking incredibly good. And suddenly, we're having some real questions about where LNG stands right now, because FPX could not match their early game prowess. They were able to snowball that one, and then the wombo combo comes on the Galio as well. But Light was there on the Aphelios. He was able to just free fire this entire fight, and they were so far ahead from the early snowball. There was nothing FPX could do, and honestly, completely uncharacteristic loss from FPX, but uncharacteristic win from LNG as well. When you look at their spring split, when you look at their first series of summer, I don't know what they ate for breakfast that day, but I'm excited for what's next for LNG. To recap today, I hope you enjoyed the first episode. If you've got any feedback, make sure you hit me up on Twitter and let me know what's going on. Let me know what series you want the LPL. But that's been it. I've been Munchables. This has been the LPL recap. Make sure you join us next time. Thank full episode. Head over to the LPL English YouTube channel.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. This is it now, come make the walk. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of love. This is it now, come out of the shadow. had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground.
Well, they've done it, ladies and gentlemen. BLG have found themselves a victory here in the LPL over E-Star, coming from them. A 2-1 victory in the end, but that's going to be our first series wrapped up, and it means it's time to talk about WE and Vici Gaming. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Dagda, and I'm hoping this can be just as action-packed as the first series.
I'm really hoping for it, especially when I look towards WE. These guys love to have the likes the Gallios, the Pantheons, these things flying all over the map. So I think we'll get some interesting games at least to start things off.
We'll have to wait and see. But first thing I want to order, I had to run to the toilet, mate. What can I say? First thing I want to talk about is WE as a concept, right? Because I'm sure you've played as well. When you're raiding in an MMO in the later stages of the game, you'll see that there'll be a boss that's like a stat check boss. You have to have the right gear, and it feels like team in the LPL, because once you figure out the correct strategy, it feels like you can figure them out.
Yeah, because WE are still going to run this mid-game focused strategy where they're going for the likes of the Galio, the Pantheon in this mid lane. So with that tome of draft strats, you want to be coming in and getting rid of some of these champions where they can play this kind of pick-orientated style that they go for, with aggressive invades coming through from getting into the enemy jungle and trying to set things up for Teacher Matt to join in. And if you start to see WE fall behind, well, their team fighting hasn't been the best. So while you've got your breastplate of coordination, while you've got your fancy footwork there as well on your boots, that's where you can look to outplay them when it gets to those team fights and see if you can take them in those later stages.
Yeah, if you can force them to the late game, if you can survive the early game pressure that they're inevitably going to put on you, that's how you can find yourself a victory here. And you can see they have really leveled up recently. They might IG in the most recent series.
And it's starting to feel like they're pretty bosses in the LPL. Someone you've got to respect, you've got to do your research on, and make sure you're coming in with this very unique strategy to beat this team.
Feels like WE are going full Lich King at the minute. We'll see if that can continue, though. Slouch coming into this one. And the real question is for Vici, are their raid tactics ready? Are they up to the task of taking down the boss that is WE? Because they've had some shaky performances, it has to be said, not just still. Are they going to be prepared, Dagda?
Well, I'm not so certain when I look over towards Vici, because the draft has been a little bit of a question mark for me, and which is strange to say with Coma at the helm, but I think a lot of that comes down to Forge's champion pool. His melees, the assassins in the mid lane, and when you're going up against Teacher Ma, who's got such a limited champion pool, if you're not able to bring out something that can go toe-to-toe with that, you might start to fall behind.
See if that's going to be the case. He has been bringing the Syndra out to the table as well, and we'll see if that's going to be coming through across the course of our series. We see here Vici managing to take down BLG, who have just found a new lease of life earlier on today. But earlier in the split, Vici made them look like amateurs.
Well, a lot of this was Vici finding success because BLG tried to fight them when they weren't strong. You can see in your screens, they had Fofo on the Zoe, you had Wings on the Ezreal, and they were waiting for two items to come through before they really wanted to feed. They're not going to want to.
It's more willing to play later in the game than what we saw out of them in summer.
I think that's a lot coming down to the likes of the AD carries. If you go over this Felio as well, you kind of want to be tending towards the later stages, but we're still seeing the same style from W. Go towards Pantheon, go towards Galio, try and get Beishang are missing to aggressively ward river, invade the jungle, and you can have Teacher Ma join in at a moment's notice. When we look over towards Vici though, they're starting to still figure out what they want to be doing. They've tended away from iBoy being the main carry, Cube going back towards some of these more carry-oriented champions like Wukong has looked absolutely fantastic, and if they can get Forge set up in this mid lane, that's when they start to feel most comfortable.
Yeah, we even saw Cube going in on the Jace as well, but Forge has definitely been the primary carry, at least this split for the side of Vici. They did get that 2-0 over BLG. They also lost to RNG though. RNG, a team that has been inconsistent to say the least, but when they're on, I mean, against Vici, they look fantastic. My big question at the time though was, is RNG looking good, or was that Vici not looking so hot?
I mean, it's a see here today exactly what Vici are capable of. And as we said, WE, we call them the kind of stats check to see what you can do, but whereas before it was to see if you could get into that top 6 in the LPL, it was WE kind of holding that mark. They really do feel standings themselves, especially after that win against Victor's game.
Well, it's going to be a big question, right? Because they beat IG, they off, so it is very much a question of if they can, like your JDGs of the world, can they keep that rolling? Because JDG,
and you saw them against Suning as well. They were like Suning, of course, we talk about another team that's been really standing up, but WE did struggle against them where Suning were able to match that mid. We'll have to see how Vici can they want to address that matter. Maybe they just go back towards this later game scaling, but they need to not getting caught out at any point in time, giving those advantages to them.
I mean, for teams like WE, this season so far has been panning out great, because you've got teams like FPX losing to LNG, you've got IG that look like they're falling off, JDG don't seem to be the same team from spring. All of the guys that were above you in the standings before are faltering. This could be the moment for WE to really climb up the standings and climb up the expectations of the fans when it comes to the LPL.
And the thing when you look at WE is that they're not always winning when it comes to the early stages of the game. They actually only have a lead in 38% of their games at the 15-minute mark. Where they are strongest is when they get past that, they can start to catch you out with their aggression across the board, being able to join in at very hard.
Those team pull off that.
I'm surprised to see the Olaf, but Ikes did find comfort on it in last split and might see a little bit more of it coming out. I'm looking at Ezreal, I'm looking at the Aphelios that are still open. Possibility of a Grave Beishang, who is a carry jungler in and of himself.
And it's worth mentioning that this draft so far from Vici clearly planned out, because they've as well banned the Ornn, pick the Renekton.
And now you start to go, okay, well, what does Morgan want to go for here? The bot struggles quite heavily against the Renekton, so it looks like actually what WE are potentially going to go for here is the Aphelios. I was liking when you look towards a Renekton, they have to go aggressive, they have to try and get in on top of you. So if you've got a Gragas there who can be used as this nice disengage tool, makes it really hard for a Renekton or anything along these lines to try and follow up, particularly maybe for a little bit of time has been banned away.
Yeah, that's true actually. Kalista making it through the bans, which is a little bit surprising. Prioritizing the Olaf ban away from to be locked in immediately. Well predicted there, Dag. The Kalista set, it's a bot lane to be feared.
It is so difficult to play against this as Jomong. One, you've got that flash, which is constantly going to be trying to jump on you with set. And you can just try and continuously set up for those face breakers, but when you hit that level 6 mark, you've got this serious over and over difficult to deal with.
When you look at the lanes so far, we've got bot and top locked in for both sides. These are winning lanes for Vici. This is not a stall out wait for the game to happen, kind of Vici. This.
And now I want to see if they can continue this forward or how they want to try and push on. You can see your WE are getting rid of those champions that you expect to just win. Sorry, excuse me.
Agreed. Bless you, Doug.
Now gone. You've got the. I was expecting actually more so the likes of the Syndra to be banned away here from Forge, because you're just doubling down on this mid-game aggression from Vici, but they still could potentially go
into the tried and true Teacherma trap here. Ban everything, remove him from the game. Just a quick reminder though, Syndra's available. Syndra is what he fell back on to ban him out. It worked against E-Star. It worked a little bit in the series against Top. It only worked for one game though. And you'd expect the Syndra to be the fallback. However, they haven't locked in the Syndra. Could easily just see that go the way of Forge.
Yeah, I think this is a really strong pick from Forge. You've set up yourself for this really nice mid-game play. Keep away with the Aphelios, kind of pushing a little bit further forward and trying to keep him in check, but still, this is super strong from Vici, and you're limiting even further the champion pool from Teacherma. It's a win-win.
And now, if they do go for the Syndra...
much early game. Oh my, Vici are like, right, we're one and done. If we don't win after 1 to 2 items, we are gone from this game.
I love a team that thrives in that environment. Just beat them at their own game. Bring such a strong early comp that they can't fight it. Ban out Teacherma entirely. Take his Syndra away. Now the question remains, has WE adapted? Have they evolved as a team? Well, as it's Twisted Fate.
Yeah, I was gonna say, look, what Vici have gone for here is like, we had our sort of late game damage. They've gone for the maul of just bash you continuously over the head in the game against WE, but I love this from Teacherma. Look, you will have a hard time against the Syndra in lane, but at least if you can get past for you to still have these big impacts in side lanes, and it'll be on Beishan to try and babysit this mid lane a little bit to make sure that you're not just having Forge continuously set up for these ganks from Ikes.
Yeah, but look at the lanes, Dagda. Look at the lanes. There is not a single right now. This is going to be... I mean, we talk about them as the Star Guardians of the LPL. It's all about friendship and magic. It's just me, I think, but they're about friendship and magic. They're about coordination as a unit payoff here, because they aren't going to win individually in these matches.
I do agree as an analyst. I need a stat that has friendship and magic in there somewhere, because that's what's really lacking for me.
Star Guardian power. That's the kind of statistic I'm looking for in League of Legends, but we'll see if they manipulate this early game the way they need to, because if it's left down to Ike's getting the ganks he wants on this Rex side, I don't know if WE are going to be able to match it.
Well, like here for said, 3 winning matchups means you've got a bunch of options here for Ikes. You can opt down Teacherma on these roaming plays, but you have a really good gank setup in top lane for where Cube can just... Cool, there's a dead Wukong. You can still go down towards that bottom lane as well if you want to. And because you're on blue side here as the Rex side, you've got some great angles where you can sneak in unknown to the bottom side, bottom lane.
Sneaky Beaver that we all know Rex side to be. As Teacherma debuting this Twisted Fate pick. And you know, in hindsight, I feel like a bit of an idiot for not predicting that this Twisted Fate would be right in his wheelhouse.
It does make sense when you think of it, and opting as well here when you look at his runes for the polish is going to have picked up that bone plating as well, so making him a little bit tankier in lane, which is fantastic against... More than likely, Teacherma is not going to be looking to join with the team. Instead, you're going to have Morgan and Teacherma play off in these side lanes, see if they can get some chip damage for Teacherma on the bottom lane, have Morgan on the top side as well, where eventually we'll have to see if they ever get to that point though, because as we said, Vici are off to a running start with this comp.
And we have to find out now if Vici early game presence, right? Because we've said it before about Vici, where they have a really good draft or whatever, but it's about the execution of these win conditions. Because while that draft has occasionally been a bit of an issue, especially this split, we saw last split, there was plenty of drafts that went their way, but then the game itself, not really so much.
Well, if they don't get this early game lead, well, WE, as we talked about, can play off in the side lane and they can start with strong. Teacher Man, this Twisted Fate has got the same opportunity to move in with the Destiny, and when you're the likes of a Renekton, Rek'Sai, if you're not getting going on these, start to fall off and not have any sort of control to keep Teacher Ma and Morgan in check.
So I want to dig into this competition. We've talked about the fact that this is an aggressive early mid-game composition, right? They want to snowball a victory, but where is the line there? If they don't just try and force wins in the lanes, if they don't try and force things through Ike's power and the jungle, just go like, okay, they've made a mistake now. At what point does this composition just fall off?
So it's definitely once they get past that third item where Jomong has hit those the Phantom Dancer, probably I want to see more of the Death Stance, honestly, from once you get to that stage. Well, Morgan is going to have to try force. He's going to have his Ravenous Hydra or Titanic Hydra, whatever way he wants to build that team at. A lot more damage in his kit than Cube can really muster up. So this is where WE will come online. But it's also curious to see how Teacher Man is going to start. That really sets the tone for the Twisted Fate game. If you can't get rolling, well, you will not be able to answer for as much damage as a Syndra. Your team fighting won't be as strong as a lot of the carries that are on Vici, but we'll have to see if WE can get rolling.
Okay, well that's going to be what happens. Vici going to be looking to get rolling first as well, and my eyes are on Ike's as well in this jungle matchup, because, you know, Rek'Sai versus Lee Sin, it's often said that Rek'Sai is sort of the counter to Lee Sin.
He is. It's difficult to try and land that Sonic Wave combo because you've got the knock-up there from the Rek'Sai, but I don't think at the moment to match against Ike's at all. He's trying to avoid him as much as possible because free pushing lanes means that at any point in time you can have Vici join Ike's in the rivers.
This is a big whole minion wave at the bottom side of the map for Jomong, and missing. They've built themselves. They're going to be able to force this underneath the turret, and you can see Beishang hanging around the bottom side of the map there as well. Teacher from Forge in this mid lane. Forge is pretty much out of mana though, so this is going to be pretty much the end of the pressure that he can really layer on until he heads back to base and comes back into it.
You either already started. You've got the call coming through from Morgan. I imagine with Teacher Ma clearing out this wave, he'll back now, pick up a Dark Seal to allow him to stay a little bit longer in lane and then continue these pushes, although opting straight for the Catalyst basically does the same thing here, where you're just getting a bunch of mana, he's in a good spot where he can just sit in this lane for a while. So now we've got to see what Ike's going to be able to do and where his first gank is going to go, because right now he's been pretty quiet.
This could be a juicy little gank in the bottom lane. Beishang was toying with the idea of stepping forwards, but then he will end up walking over this Scuttle Crab by the looks of things. So now he's been spotted by Vici, and maybe this is an opportunity for Ike's to do something, but he just is safe with this extra bit of knowledge.
Imagine Ike's here is going to start setting up for this dragon. You can already see trying to clear out wards, but they do have to be careful because it's available, so can come in and join these fights very quickly. And we've seen how devastating it can be for teams that don't play around that Destiny, where you maybe go back to try and clear the wave, try and keep Teacher Man in check, but he's able to come across and set up. But Vici move their bottom lane up, so should be fine to take this
dragon off easy peasy. Beishang on the wrong side of the map right now, so no contest available for them. And against things like a Kalista, you don't really want to be going for that level. You can see Cole started off though for iBoy, so realistically, I'm not sure if Vici are necessarily looking to fight around the bottom lane.
Now, I was surprised, to be honest, to see iBoy go for the Cole, because we talked about how they want to be accelerating towards their items very quickly. So investing in the Cole kind of says, okay, well, we've tossed a bunch of money into later game scaling that they don't really need, but it will give them the opportunity to just hang on a little bit, because from the looks of, you know, that third dragon, and at that stage your co will have popped, you're probably getting your second item a little bit faster, and it should be all well and good for Vici.
Cool though for the side of iBoy is realistically your first few items, aside from maybe your boots, don't do too much. Like the Vamp Scepter, getting a couple of daggers early on isn't the be all and end all, and because he got it so early, he's already almost halfway through that. It's actually gonna be relatively early that he gets a massive injection of gold from the core.
It's nice and passive in the early game, and WE are happy that this is the case, because they are the ones that are looking to farm to get up towards those later stage items, and Lane getting towards that Rod of Ages. He's going to be in great shape, although now starting to have the opportunity to push out. Will try and make these plays down towards the bottom side. You can see only he's been consistently stacking these on the back line, so back wave even of minions, so then he's able to clear those out with just a single rotation of spells, and then move down towards the bottom lane.
Ix wants to move in towards this blue buff, but realistically there's not a whole lot that's going to happen there. Lantern available to be both sums from home.
Hoping to try and set up for something, because you can see Ix was in this bottom lane. We talked about the different routes that he can take into the bottom side of them. Burn a single summoner spell. Jomong will be able to heal this up nicely, and now Vici just a summoner spell down.
Make too much of an impact. Whether or not they... I mean, realistically, I'm not sure WE are going to be trying to make a play on Hung. It's just going to deny his ability to make plays elsewhere on the map. He's already started the Rift Herald. And it looks like WE are going to answer a lot of pings going down onto this portion of the map from both teams.
Poor timing from Ix. The wave is pushing in the top lane, so Morgan's actually freed. Guessing a lot of your pressure is off of Q being able to move down into river before Morgan does, but now with this reset, bought enough time for Q to push in, so it should be fine for Vici to come and join this fight.
It's pretty even across the map when it comes to Cube. Has a significant lead over Morgan so far in this game, but Morgan with the Tiamat should be able to even things up. For the next few minutes, Destiny going to be used here from Teachamar. It's going to spot out that the entire team... That's not going to deter him. They're going to make this play. Herald goes down. WE just looking to stop this, looking to deny the Herald. Missing, wants to stop him, but Cube gets the Herald in the end now. Can't tank this one up. First blood goes the way of Cube. And honestly, just overcommitment from WE here.
I like the idea from WE, which was if we can force Cube, guarantees that it's being used onto Renekton, who's not going to be the biggest benefactor of Vici. But the problem was that Ford gets caught out and ends up giving a kill across as well. So in the end, Vici still come out with a net win, and we'll have to see if they can get a little bit more out of this Rift.
So, you know, I saw both the top laners walking in a skirmish on our way. It's just one staff bonk from Morgan, and that's the end of the trade-off. I was like, oh, a little bit disappointed, but Base Young maybe is going to answer my prayers as he moves up, but the ward rush, unfortunate timing. And you can see, he knows it too.
He's got to back off straight away. Very slow early game. You do see, look, Vici are getting a lead, at least when it comes to the CS department. A massive one in the top of their gold lead is coming from right now, but WE have been doing a good job of playing passively underneath their towers. Well, they've been able to push forward as aggressively as they will.
Morgan and Q both going to be walk back to lane, and that's because spawn onto the map in 10 seconds. But I've never known WE to forfeit.
I don't think they're going to want to do that.
Hang on, before we get into this fight, because I have interrupted you, because I want you to talk about safe for WE.
100% yes. Because there's so much engaged from not in a position to fight. They've been too late to the party.
If you don't fight, that's the W. Morgan having to desperately try and defend his lot of gold just going the way.
Cube is gone with this Black Cleaver build, which means
Я в туалет пошла. А узеньку еще у костела, он никак не открыл языком, все туда языком.
He's not gone for the Blade of the Rune King. The period where he's still able to fight against Mortal in these fights as it comes to the 1v1.
I was a little bit worried for Teach to return to his base. Bear in mind, Destiny is available. Ike's has been spotted. Beisheng hits him with a Sonic Wave. Lets him know that he knows exactly what's going on. Beisheng will. And this feels like, even though there's only been one kill, this feels like a tense early game. Both teams very aware of what they're desperately trying to make sure that can't happen.
Well, it's Vici that are still poking and prodding and trying to see if they can bring WE out of their turtling, but unfortunately have an opportunity to try and force a fight. Beisheng does a good job of stealing it away. And now they've got to wait for the next rotation, several minutes away. The Dragon, that's still several minutes away, and that's now where you're starting to see, okay, they're still not going to want to fight in the time before they've got to fight for a third Dragon, before they've really got to worry about anything like a Baron coming in.
Yeah, understandable and a nice little play from them, but ultimately it is Vici that have the lead right now. Let's just take a look at the top of the scoreboard. Despite being 1 kill to 0 and no towers going down, they hit themselves a almost 2,000 gold lead.
Well, it comes down to that top mid lane CS, right? And Cube's going to add on to it with this turn in the top lane.
That is, he just got 610 gold from that tower. Cube, having a Herald to himself, doesn't have to share a single modicum of that plate gold. He got all power of the game. There's a rich mid lane though, damage galore, and no way out for Forge.
He's got enough flashes of missing and Teacherma there, but secure the kill. It's just again room for them, and Teacherma getting a bit more gold, so he's a bit more useful when it comes to those Destiny plays.
And she got the kill
It
credit.
was actually Beisheng.
Beisheng. And honestly, I don't think it's the end of the world to teach, but ultimately, it's another game for WE. Shutting Forge down. Also, bear in mind,
with this next Dragon coming up in just 2 minutes, need to get the hell away from it. Unless, again, Vici are not in a position. But hang on, actually.
Or if Cube gets no bounty on him. I'm kind of surprised by that one, but Cube, exhausted, pushed away. There's a lot of Monk, but he's going to jump forward. Anyway, stun go. Oh, one more auto would have done it across the entire map. Forget the Dragon Dag, did they? You just want to fight.
And this good with picking people off. And one of the bottom lane. Ooh, Teacherma.
Teacherma's in trouble. Doesn't have flash because he's on. Pulls him in, but in comes Beisheng to isn't quite there. iBoy gets the heal. Keep Morgan, Cyclone on cooldown, so he can't quite go in, but mid-wave goes wide though. Missing left alone right here. He needed dash away from Ike's. Morgan finishes that kill off. In comes Cube, and he's going to look for the monkey. Warrior Trickster will be available short.
Not invested on both sides to try and make this scrappy fight work. Though does manage to pick up the play on the top side, so gets 1 kill there. He tried to pull the blue card to the blue card has the most amount of AP. Wasn't a mistake in trying to, you know, get the stuff of the Callista, and missing as he talked to him, bother investing in the stopwatch because he knows either way I'm going to be left out here. Maybe that for a later play, which I do like.
From Missing, and Missing has been consistently play, especially on this Thresh. This has been kind of one of, if not in the bottom lane. And you said to play, it's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, so look, the items are already coming through. Like, is incredibly strong for this composition. So WE will stay away, but just sit back the entire time. We saw Teacher Ma still getting in Romy, but Jomong.
Yeah. You're doomed on a failure, especially when it was fight, and he's punished for it.
Turtle though, so they're answering the third for a kill. They're going to get this rift, and WE will be able to use this too much to get a tower. At least it's as aggressive as they would have liked.
I mean, actually TPing in the mid lane, missing into a cyclone, but iBoy gets away with his flash. Pulls his support out as well. Destiny are being used.
Out. He couldn't get in there, and even using the Nimbus cloak speed up, the reason Teacher Ma wasn't able to get in there was not having Nimbus cloak, because he went with the resolve tree path. Means that he's not able to close the distance in the way he usually would be on a different build.
Do you know, I was excited about the Teacher Ma Twisted Fate. I was like, you know, this sounds like it'll fit his champion pool. It sounds exciting. Doesn't even know how to go card Dagda. Not impressed.
Give him some time, okay? It's a little bit funky when you get used to playing as champion a certain way and then they change it. Like, I've been trying out the new the Thresh build, the Shirelia's Reverie build, rather than going towards a bit more of a tanky build. I have inted like several games in a row.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
I know,
true.
I'm well aware of that fact. Don't have to tell me. But you're not a professional player, Dagda. Teacher Ma is.
Yes. Don't you ruin my dreams. All right. I came in as a caster here to learn from the best region in the world, so then I can eventually move into being a pro player.
Where are you going to play though? You going to play in LPL?
Oh, they're not going to have me.
True. Well, maybe Teacher Ma. There might be a spot opening up in WE if Teacher Ma can't get some gold cards together. But maybe I'm being a little bit harsh there. But importantly, WE have actually closed the gold gap, because BG were almost 2,000 ahead a few minutes ago. WE, they gave up the dragon quite happily, and they have managed to make plays elsewhere to grab some gold for themselves.
And this is the important part, is WE still finding these picks that we know and love from their style. Able to get the pick top and bot, gives a bit of gold back in their favor. Getting Infernal Dragon as well, just in the midst of all the chaos. But WE now need to back away. Morgan's
fine. Morgan is a WWE superstar top laner. He's 2-0-0 Dagda. He's not going to get caught out by a mere gank from a mid laner. This guy is invincible.
Mere gank from a mid laner, a jungler, a support, and a top laner that was fairly quickly following as well. But either way, VG not able to get as much as they would have liked. They do get the tower, so they got all three outer towers down. But at this stage for WE, you're fine. These are more give-me's. You just wanted to hold on to them for as long as possible, but it's more about defending these inner three that are going to be a little bit more difficult for VG to crack.
Missing invasion. Going to be waiting off to the side here as Jomong sets it all up. Destined again. This time there's no flash and there's no way out. Missing with a beautiful lantern as well. And that felt draft play from WE.
This is why WE are so much fun to watch. But one more time, Mr. Munch.
Pull, and they're going to kick the croc back into the team. I'm not sure if that's actually the best idea right now. Jomon gets some good damage down. He's already got his Hurricane. Dragon spawning in.
Morgan down to this bottom lane turret though, so buys enough time. They get the kill on iBoy. They got the tower. So you're the ones trading up here as WE, and this is the power of this Twisted Fate pick, the ability to far elsewhere on the map.
Dagda, what happened to Vici being the mid-game gods with this composition? What's going wrong right now?
They're not being able to keep up with the global pressure from WE. They're trying to fight, but WE reading that, not giving the opportunity to go for it, not giving the opportunity to steal away Rift Heralds and pick out the likes of iBoy or Cube or anyone else else who's overextended. WE are just playing exactly what we know them for.
Well, there's a Drake about to spawn in 10 seconds. WE confident enough to fight for a Drake directly. Missing, barely gets away from the stun. His hook goes wide as well. iBoy low. Beisheng is not going to follow the kick though. That's a big old cooldown for Vici.
Flash to try and set up onto iBoy, but no follow-up. So Vici now being pushed back, but not a poke from Teacher Ma, from Jomong, and they're not able to actually close this. This is a reasonably short range big engage from Hong, or without some sort of scatter the weak from Forge, they will struggle to close the gap onto WE.
WE know it. They're going to start this dragon off. Morgan is looking for that. Got his flash available. Destiny going to be used here to try and deter them. Dragon goes the way of WE. They don't need to fight right now. But then we're straight into everyone. Morgan, you got to get in there, mate, because your mid lane is in trouble. The Zhonya's is down, and so is his health bar. Cube is massive. John has a lot of shurikens, but no way to get onto anyone. Cube hooked up onto everyone, but there's no follow-up. Can they finish these health bars up? Morgan goes down. Jomong flashes forward. He's trying to finish them off. Look at the shurikens. He's not going to see Can. Ike's now chasing down. Missing. Gets the play. Triple kill as Beisheng can't go back in, but he cannot escape. The stack up comes through. And iBoy comes up big.
And I was about to answer you saying that WE do not want to take this fight. Vici are still... This is their 2-item spike, and Vici get handed that fight with WE trying to go over-aggressive after they got the objective.
And both AD carries go massive in the fight as well. iBoy sweeping up so many kills. He's 4-1-4 right now, but the triple kill for Jomong as well. 5-2-0. More and more items is going to become very scary.
And you can see it's at least getting close to even on that fight, where you do have Jomong being able to do ups for that fight. He had the Severum, he had the Crescendum. He was able to stay close and get Uchi, but you can't always guarantee that. And Teacher Ma going a little bit too aggressive there. He's not on the Galio. He's not on up being left again out on his lonesome when he comes out of that song.
And let's just take a motif for Morgan in that fight, because he got a perfect ultimate. It was onto 4 people, but at the cube, so they couldn't really follow up.
I'm not sure why Teacher Ma went for this. Taking the heal at the beginning of this fight so he could use the heal as a speed up to close the fight, but not able to do so, and then a lot of work. But Cube in a fantastic position here to play keep away from the WE AD carry, and with Vici buying enough Ikes as well.
It wasn't even about iBoy. This is about Ikes in that fight. He played that so beautifully. Now Cube trying to get on to Morgan, finds the stun onto the monk. There for the showstopper! Stops Morgan's show right here. Maybe it's Hung that's W done the chopping block. Ikes is the answer though. Vici still in the driver's seat.
Alright, and not try and keep fighting Vici. You're still waiting on items to come in and open these turrets, because they don't really have a siege style of comp. They can't really go for these turrets unless, and that's exactly what they're doing with every fight they try and take.
And let's hear the fact that both of the 8... We don't have a second. Destiny goes on in. They're finding Forge. Off in his jungle. Sonic Wave to finish it off. Beisheng gets himself a...
There's nothing on the map for them right now to take for this dragon in a minute 30. Make sure they're in a better spot to try and fight for it. But Vici, just off these backs, should be able to clear out at least...
It's going to be nice to get an extra kill onto Beisheng as well. You would have liked to get that gold. Just what I was saying before. Both of these AD carries have a lot of onus on them to carry this game right now. These are both AD carries that are notorious furious in the LPL for giving their team the game. This is a dicey situation on both sides of the board.
And you can see a reflected curve as they try and figure out how they're supposed to approach this. But from now, WE should still be able to set up a nice... try and aggress forward, because when you look at the items now for Jomong, he's very close to finishing that third item, which is where he'll start to come online. You've got them, it doesn't really add much to what Kurgan finishing in the Triforce, very close to that Death Stance. When that Death Stance is finished, he becomes an Ion unbeatable in the backline.
That'd be the out of thing. Can they stop him stacking those rents? We might have another fight on our hands here, Dagda. Keep your eyes on Morgan, and if his Hung forces everybody away, Dragon spawning in 5 seconds time.
Banshee's Veil complete on Teacher Man means worry about getting caught out with 1 or 2 spells, especially with the Zonyas in the back pocket as well.
So how's this one going to go down, Dagda?
It's going to be a case of cute.
Well, he's definitely on the front line. They're doing a lot of work to burn him down. Dominus still available, not actually going for that one just yet. Now going to be used, Moonlight Vid, but no follow-up whatsoever. Hung doing somewhat damage there. iBoy gets 1 kill, but it's on to Jomong. Doesn't have the damage to answer for this one as Teacher Ma falls, and V off the back of Hung with a 5-man face breaker.
Hung played, getting the showstopper straight in onto everyone on WE. The face breaker into the body slam off of the... Jomong is just stuck. Hide and Vici clean house.
Hung making his mark in this game, making an argument for MVP off of that turn off as the rest of Vici arrive.
It was aggressively there to make sure he finished off Jomong. Spotting the Severin and Crescendum on this Aphelios, knowing he'll heal up if he gets the opportunity. Gets the autos, gets the rare in for Vici.
Beautifully done, and now they've found themselves a bit more of a sizable gold lead, 5,000 in their favor, and Soul everything seems to be coming up. Vici.
And when we just criticized iBoy, I want to, as you can see here, Hung, don't get me wrong, this engage was amazing. Getting the turn onto Morgan here, but iBoy flashing in aggressively. With him positioning forward, he's got the Mercurial Scimitar. He knows he's going to be fine. As Beishong goes aggressive, Cleanse actually able to get out of there as well with that Rent coming in. And then he's in fantastic shape here as the rest of Vici are killing everyone.
So Beishong saw that it was about to happen. He saw that Hung was going nuts into the face breaker right at the start of the fight. And WE, the team that we know for maybe staying a little bit too.
Boy now has set himself up in a fantastic this build as well. So he's going to be behind Cube, is struggling a bit. Vici are thriving. WE
still going to have the other this tower. I don't really think it's...
You can see they think of the same thing.
Thought Teacher Ma was in trouble there. It looked like a tier 2 with this Baron buff that they've only got 30 seconds left of.
They have managed to crack all the try and crack the inhibitors, and that's where that stands for Morgan. That Death Stand going to be slightly ahead of Morgan.
Shoulders of Jomon. If Vici and Vigil stack up a bunch of shurikens, they're going to find the pick with the Moonlight Vigil. Base for a second at least. Beisheng and Jomon still going strong. In fact, Beisheng went down. Jomon free firing here. Soul point right now for Vici. And Dragon about to spawn.
Screw boy, keep your eyes on
Gravita flashes away from the death sentence. Barely survives, but in comes Morgan. 1,000 gold. She's superstar, and now into the mid lane go WE.
And WE can keep pushing. They could crack open this inhibitor if they wanted to, but instead now turning towards this dragon, making sure that spawn forges up though. He has the teleport. Cube as well can still be a nuisance, but with Ike's going towards the top side, they've gifted this over to WE.
This is going to be both teams with Mountain Drakes galore as well. And goal gap closes ever so slightly. We go back to 45 seconds.
When we look at the way these fights are going now, operate. He's being jumped on by Beisheng, by Teacher Ma, Morgan. Missing's hooks are going huge amount that he can do to try and avoid it, especially when Jomon now is hit strong, and even with Cube jumping onto him, with all that armor that he's gone for, it's still not on Felios.
It's so difficult to survive when Aphelios can just burn through, especially when, let's bear in mind, that fight started. The whole time, it was a 4v5 in WE's favor.
You can see this is really coming down to the wire. They're getting into the later stages. Vici, I don't know how much they've left in the tank punch.
You know what, Doctor? This is just game one.
I know!
This is the first game of this series. We've got plenty
we've had
more.
a good day today.
We've had some insane games across the course of today, with our first series going the whole distance. Now WE stacking on up. Destiny available. The teacher might can force the play. Morgan going for the flank, and he wants to get in onto everyone. 4 months. They finish these kills. Teachama has to use his Zhonya's to keep himself safe, but Jomon go down. Teachama falls. Vici are winning for now. Keep your eyes on Jomon. Oh, iBoy can't do a whole lot about it. Ren's not enough. There, and Jomon cleans up the fight and getting
WE come out of nowhere and managed to get that fight. iBoy tried desperately to carry, but Watson sees him, puts him down, and WE can take the game.
Oh my days, 19 to 9 between Vici and Bloodbath in game number 1 to take it, and they take themselves game number 1 in this series.
What a damn game for me. And I am so excited for this series, but beautiful play on both sides with Vici was there. You can see iBoy getting carry he wanted to for Vici. The problem was though, WE had played slightly better when it got to that mid game, finding picks onto Cube in the bottom side, and that little bit of extra gold was really the decider when it came down to those.
Messy as well. It was so much down to every single mechanical play as well. We saw Tichma try to go in, trying to set things up, went a little bit too deep, but luckily Jomung was sat. They were kind of grouped around him to protect him. He was able to just keep on firing, keep
there at the end, as well as watching Hung out of the fight. There's the potential if he repositions. There's an argument for if you reposition someone else with that big showstopper, the elf to turn that fight around. That's how much all of these were on a knife's edge. It was really down to the wire, and that's why highlighting just WE could get early gave them those 1 to 2 on break points. That little bit of dragon came up, and they were able to take those fights a bit better.
And the crazy thing is, WE were on the back foot for as you rightly said, this scaling very much on their side, and this is the reason 100% presence in the LPL so far this split, because if you allow him to scale, if he gets the items and he has a team playing around, look at the damage chart in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, more than double iBoy's damage.
And when you look at the rest of WE not having the best of games, more couldn't really get to that death stop. Same with Teacher Ma, who's going a little bit overly aggressive on the Twisted Fate in these for Jomung to step up, and that's exactly what he did. And I think like 80% of that damage, to be honest, was just fired straight into Q.
Yeah, just hoping that it sticks. Look at that, it still hits the rest of the team as well. And when you're a Aphelios, you still do a ton of damage, so it's not too much of an issue. The win also the strongest we've seen them this split so far.
Champions this early game comp is was like they haven't really looked like they're able to do anything early. Now we still saw very little out of Ice. Now he didn't have to do a huge amount, to be honest, because you had those 3 winning lanes, but yeah. I would like to see maybe a little bit more aggression on towards Beishang. But overall, when they got the dragons a little bit late on one, but still finding these where they could have. But if they can tighten those bolts, Vici can definitely push towards a game 3 here.
We'll see if they can push towards a game 3. We're gonna go into a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
战场，另一边小狗从后方切入，这个时候这个太自信了，直接从后面切进来，顶着3个人输出。我这个还我真的没有死。右一招的有点尴尬，大招放的怕什么？漂亮，生我拿到人头，但是同样自己也要死。找往后一撤，又在选择强行换一下，不光不带手。 闪现突破，我们机会还在秀，还在秀，有后面还有5杀的机会，看看又在里面，最后一下接到了，漂亮，躲掉，想把一个 W 完被躲掉，逼走了以后呢就想正面开团，这边打起来，比谁肉谁就比谁大个肉，老鼠被突起来。 死了，不能先打死了！哎，老鼠被秒了，被大15秒了。可以，这时候可乐站出来了，这大哥在前面顶着，还活着，要一口出来，一波推 KO， 继续，继续。这边打混过去，但是人这里反正打漂亮，哇！这一波又在操作完美，秒人，但是一个奥拉夫也是秒不掉，一个3。 特意被优哉直接切死，相互这里大招还差一点点的时间，不过1飞的伤害太高了。
完成了一波 ace。
你觉得小狗这把有什么看好的环境吗？来大轮环境啊，这个虚弱没有伤害，直接被小狗给 A 退了。哇，小狗这边在疯狂的 A 人，这个狮子狗全部场妹口这边可能要被完了，这边。感觉小狗要跳起来了，要放这样的一个操作了。这边进行跳死高头是临死之前秒掉了幼崽。有火炮，这波可以打下的，这个罗有没有机会？有。还是他直接秒掉，这边还是打出来，好快！这帮了，起来了，又遇到2个人，
绝对有一个上钩，一波素质3连。
回身想接盘，但是想的有点多。1米20，麻辣香锅麻辣香会炸回去，皇子盖的不错。但这个位置，凯南跟艾希的输出位置很，九土跟赵鑫对打。瑞兹
一波，中路有兵线，我们可以过去，中路队赢了。
他是干克推着来，打他，由头帮忙把对方的一个输出给反身用大招走，又在那边挑人家，哇，这波天秀了，
拉到了死破，辅助直接秒掉，
有哥了，
杀落，漂亮。
Gotta feel it, keep your voice low. Let's get bathing in the moon. This is it now, come on. Make the walls. Memory is headed for disaster. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on your every word, the love inside. I feel felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound, 'cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
Another absolute barn burner. We've just had game after game after game of action here today in the LPL, but the series continues. WE 1-0 up against Vici, and we'll see if they can keep that ball rolling. My name is Munchables. This is Dag beside me.
No, this is exactly what I wanted to see coming into this, and it feels like we are still getting WE as WE. You're still getting this pick style, you're still getting these roaming mid laners, and that's how they like to play. They were able to play against Vici's early aggressive position, but almost have taken them down, but couldn't quite do it in the end.
I feel like a huge portion of this. My voice went really high there. I feel like a huge portion of this as well is WWE were able to sneak some dragons away during that early game. I feel like maybe if people would have been a little bit more threatening and could have forced that point in a second. Let's talk about our MVP before we get on into Champions Select. He was falling asleep during those fights because he was just so many shurikens, so many auto attacks.
It's kind of disgusting the damage to gold ratio we're seeing out of these AD carries at the moment.
46 gold of an eye.
He was a creep ahead of them. That's insane. But still, I mean, jump to carry as well as we were hoping to when the Aphelios got incredibly close series because WE, they managed to sneak away. Vici have been able to push their advantages towards an earlier soul point or even towards an earlier soul. They were gifting too much over to W in the early stages, and this is kind of the story of Vici, right? They get ever so close but never quite able to finish it off, where just a few bits and bobs are going to miss.
Actually, in the replay, I saw Morgan was kind of an MVP of that fight, honestly, because he got iBoy and Forge forced out of the fight. He got the kill onto Forge, and iBoy the whole time couldn't get to the backline of WE, but Cube couldn't finish any of those kills off, importantly, and so and they knew how to finish the game. They knew how to force that one out. So 1-0 now. Vici a little bit heartbreaking for them because they've come out of their shell a little bit. They've brought us a different style, a different composition, and it was so.
It was heartbreaking to see it not finally come together for them, but for Vici, look, the team fighting looked good. They were able to press. Really, it's just 1 to 2 fights. It's just getting to that dragon a little bit earlier. Not getting picked off in these. There's so many almost there for Vici, but we've got to see number 2 push us towards that.
There's a lot of pressure on him. You can see that in their faces, honestly. It's one of those things where, especially when you're on the stage, when you're in the middle of a series, being able to, because there was not a singular moment in this game. This is the moment where Vici weren't quite Vici in that game, and trying to fix issues that are big picture issues.
I loved the draft that came out from Vici though, because one of the things I did look at, Vici ended up just bumping off into weird picks when it came to their draft phases in certain situations, like the picks in their last series, but they have fixed a really strong coming in for them. A lot of going on the same page, and even though they couldn't quite get it across the line as to his old ways when it comes to outdraft,
jacket off as well. So maybe
series
feeling the heat now and for this draft, which means they do have to ban away this Varus, but outside they can play around power picks a little bit more, ban away the Pantheon as well. We'll see. This time, again, this Olaf from Ike's. This is how this Olaf through.
It's super control of the jungle to a certain extent, which has been important for Vici. They're going to be left open here for WE. The thing a little bit further down the list before they bring that the blue side, you don't want to be
and struggle a lot if you go straight for the Ornn, because that's exactly what he's going to go for. Cube ill right now. I think that's so polarizing,
and it gives away exactly what you're trying to do. Is last second swap over to the Aatrox. Aphelios takeaway by Vici is very strong scaling, so instead Vici will take that away from themselves.
Jalmon goes for this Ezreal for himself. Yuumi opt in into that, but I kind of like... no, just get a Galio. Get Teachmar discomfort, but I kind of like the idea of Missing not being stuck on something like in that game. So many times he was able to find magical hooks onto iBoy.
Though I actually do like the Teacher Galio, because you've seen from Vici, okay, we've got the likes of this Aatrox here. Aatrox of the fight. He wants to be running in aggressively, so you've got this massive zone. It makes it very difficult for Cube to operate in these fights. So even though we struggle when it gets to these kerfuffles.
The Yumi is going to be banned away playing it. And when you look at the way that these compositions have panned out so far, we may have a bit of a role. A lot of mid-game power on the side of WE and a lot of late game scaling on the side of E.
So far, the Aphelios, and I mean, you're still going to be kind of where your scaling is going to be, or if you want to be scaling on Vici, Aphelios is just the other pick right now, and you can have some later scaling, but there's still the options if something like the Azir for Forge, but the Azir hasn't been good for Forge. He's only got a 0.3 KDA on that at the moment. That's not the best. It's only a
0.3% win rate there. And I was like,
oh, Jesus.
Not the pick, not the pick.
No, you can opt in towards a little bit more of these mid-game focused mid laners. See what you can do against this Galio Silas, which I think could work quite well here. And sliding into this, we want to go forward, we want to go aggressive stall by the Ornn ultimate and the Galio ultimate and just be as useful.
And WE are on exactly as they take the Silas off the board. So you're on the right path, that's for sure. But it was taken off. Co locked in here for Forge, but I'd expect it to be for Forge in the mid lane.
Yeah, we'll be going towards Forge, I imagine, here in melee. He likes assassins, and you got a melee assassin now in this Echo. So just this match the Galio roaming and try and see if he can at least keep toe-to-toe with T-Shang is going towards this aggressive jungle pick. We talked about how when you have Teacher on this Galio, the jungle, and having the advantage when it comes to the tempo. So, and you've just paired it with this missing set support. So this is great for playing around Teacher Ma, Beishang, and Missing.
The composition that they always lean on into. Typically yourself, but you know, you've got an AP mid laner, so why not?
Oh, okay, so we're getting a bit of flexibility in this draft. Take the Aatrox mid, you're going to have the Mordekaiser go top and Ike's going towards this Echo jungle. So this is where, okay, Forge can against Teacher Ma and look to bully him out consistently, but if you end up getting a lot of pressure from Beishang, you're not going to be able to keep up with just the weight.
Reassuring hand on the shoulder there from Koma as his work is done. He's going to have to leave the stage after giving a few final words. The team that we were saying, this is the summit, prove themselves here this split. They almost did it in game number 1, but fell short. When it came to time around, they've changed up the draft, they've changed up the style, and they've got Forge on an 8. They're up against WE. WE kind of have quite a few signature.
They do have a good layout here for Vici, though. Well, against the Ornn, you've now got Forge who's able to go aggressive against Teacher Man. Very different style from what we've seen previously, and then as well you hit your that you've got the Aphelios though that can scale towards a later stage alongside Ike, who's more than likely gone for the Dark Harvest here to the later point of the game.
We'll see how Forge is going to be able to match up against Teacher Ma, as well as his opponent going to be able to on this Ezreal. You can WE as he often is.
Although we see the Aphelios and although we see the Echo, the late game isn't right for these squads. Because you've got an Ornn, the Ornn can try and help bypass Among, as well as Beishang being able to match very effectively against the Echo. So, oh well, you know, Vici want to hang on until the later stages. It is very much going to be a case of figuring out how they spike at different points off their items at this game.
The Colonel disagrees, my friend. 4-minute mark. This is all about Vici.
I by 3% of margins.
Look, if I'm going to flip a coin, I'm going to go for the one that's 53 on me. But it does depend on the coin. Battery's not included, for that matter. Vici starting off on the Morgan moving in. They're going to stick to it, though. They're going to go for this 2v2. Ike's forced away. Cube realizing this is not a fight he can go for either. Ike's already using a pot.
Here, he's already forced at one pot. Now going to walk around actually straight into Ike's again.
He's just going for a 1v1 at this point. Z-Drive going to be procced. Now chased out of the jungle by the chickens is Ike's.
So Echo's first clear is really low, so with Beishang putting aggression here onto Ike's, forcing a bunch of these pots out, Ike's will have to back early, whereas Beishang can take as much damage as he wants, because Graves just clears so handily with that knockback on the off.
Not to mention the fact that Beishang forced out this smite from Ike's. Oh, nicely done by Teachima. Dodges the sweet spot and then gets a knock up for his own. Forge actually, I feel like maybe should have won that.
Look, let's be realistic. If anyone's going to understand how to play Galio, it'll be Teachima, but Beishang now trying to do too much here. See how low Ike's is gone.
Oh, Ike's. Oh, this is Olaf. He just won.
Tower, so if he ends up fighting against Chang now, stealing away, then you've got Teacher Ma who's pushing well in the mid. Nothing left on that top side jungle.
One of your opponent's camps right off
against the grave. Like, this is a really, really good job in reading this and putting the
view as well, basically saying, look, I'm going to get top one. Let's just completely this game.
And they can continue to do this. Like, the thing that only gets from Teacher Matt, because then he's got that ultimate, it makes it very difficult for you to try and catch up as well, because Beishang clears you're now levels behind.
And I want to quickly clarify something, because the CS lead is about at the minimap. There are no... Everything is up for Beishang, so that CS lead may be small now, but it's only getting bigger.
And look how quickly, now we're even stretching that to 14 at the moment. Like, this is just going to keep going more and more. Never mind, whatever. I am not able to math today, for whatever reason. I don't know what's going on.
Oh dear, well...
Now he's 47
right.
CS ahead off of this blue buff being taken.
You can calculate this one. This is going to be 16, because the thing is, it goes up in fours.
In the cheek today, alright.
Well, you're not going to get either of my cheeks, for that matter. Here comes Hook in the mid lane. He got a hook. Oh, he's got a flay as well. Teachima's actually going to go down. I thought he got away with that one, but Hung says no.
Well, got an Ezreal bot lane. You can go for these roams. You don't have to worry too much about iBoy being great roam to set up Forge. We're going a little bit in this lane.
Really nicely done from Hung to roam away. And iBoy going to be fine on the Aphelios to solo farm for a little bit.
Oh, that is the flash. Hung manages to catch him, but yeah, well played by Hung. Now his teacher Matt to try and finish off some of your items and to get him right on that recall.
That's rough, and that's both of his summoners as well, so Forge with a huge advantage in that mid lane now. Mark, very short shortly. So expect Teachama to look for.
It does hurt a little bit for Teachama though, because one of the big things is when you use this ult, okay, going to be spotted by Vici, maybe they can back it up if you're not able to set up proper. Follow the runaway for a big taunt into the Justice Punch, so this actually makes those roaming squads a little bit less dangerous from WWE.
I'm going to start this. Maybe is going to change his mind on this one.
Nah.
Nope. No, he's going to command, but so is missing, and it means that I think that they have to back away from this one. Beisheng has smite, but he's hooked. Oh, this is huge. Fags could get the kill, but Beisheng survives. Honey Fruit is available. In they go with a plenty more rhymes to come.
Thought Teacher there, you multiple members from WE steal away this Scuttle Crab, but at this stage, level behind. Beisheng again doesn't take damage because he doesn't really need health to go through this jungle route.
That's a rough trade for Teachama. Forge really starting to get the down from that Caulfield's Warhammer, and he knows it.
I want to see iBoy freezing the wave here. It's fine at bottom side, but he has to be super careful. There is the opportunity for Beisheng to move in aggressively onto Ix in the bottom. As iBoy, you kind of have to do this right now because you realize, look, when it comes to the jungler, that it's going to be Beisheng able to influence the map wherever the hell he wants.
You know, you've got an Aatrox, you've got a Mordekaiser. A lot of the pressure is going to be on iBoy.
Being taken by WE, which is a bit nice benefit for Vici right now.
Three-2 on the scoreboard right now, and Rift Herald on the map. Both teams posturing like they want to fight for this.
So if Vici are the ones that approach this first, they will end up losing out. I thought that the trade was going to be as the second WE went towards Dragon, Vici would go towards this Rift Herald, but now that WE have got into a position to actually contest this, it makes it very difficult for Vici to come back, because if they're able to catch on towards Ikes, if you've got Cube who's trying to play this nice and far forward, you can still have these big showstoppers come in, get on towards Eyeboy, and a lot of Vici need to be clumped up together in these fights, which sets up perfectly for missing in these face breakers.
Missing a Morgan. Going to be quite happy to start a fight off here. They are the targets that they would love Vici to focus on, but Forge is completely alone and has already started the fight. Igniting a collateral damage, Missing gets the kill. And that is the Herald gifted over by Forge.
I mean, Cube has his teleport, but he wasn't even looking to start moving. Why Forge was in River is beyond me. So now, Vici, yeah, you can get some damage on this bottom lane turret. Morgan has got a good job of rotating down to protect this, so it's Rift Herald essentially for free.
You know, like 10 minutes ago, I was like, a lot of pressure is on Forge right here. He is not living up to that pressure. He is not able to deal with that pressure at this point, because this Aatrox, while it looked pretty good during some of these early fights, and it was trading well against Teacherma, he's died 3 times in 20 minutes.
You see, Colonel has very quickly changed his tune from the very start of the game, where WE now looking pretty good, but this is the case now where WE find themselves at a bit of a lead. You've opened up Teacherman now as well, where at least with this bottom lane turret down, you can start to put a bit more pressure into where the vision is going. If Beishong wants to get in aggressive, start stealing away some of these blue buffs and chip away at this turret in the middle lane with Jomung and try to get these outer turrets down.
This is the problem with the Colonel, though, isn't it, Dagda? He's more of a flip-flop than a pair of sandals. He changes his mind every single game. Whoever he reckons is going to win, he just waits 20 minutes and then changes his prediction. How come I don't get to change my prediction, Dagda?
Well, I think it's basically what we need to do is take the Twitter image that we put up and just like cross your little one out, and you can put in whatever you want.
I might just cross Forge's portrait out at this point, because once again, he's found out alone. This time he's going to survive a bit more. There's not too much damage here. Forge walks away barely. But Ikes is... Oh, Jomung! Oh, what a snipe.
Teacherma's in such a good spot here. He just wants to wrap around. He gets amazing flank here.
He has his flash available as well, and Eyeboy is going to be the target. Taunt onto 3. Hung the one, left out to dry here. Good flight from him, but no damage to follow up. And Eyeboy, he's in a Felios. He's not going to be able to do it just yet. Jomung keeping away from Cube in the death throw. Pull on to teach him out, but it doesn't quite land. Now Cube has to back away himself. Taunt barely out of range. No, it gets onto Ikes in the end. Forced away and finished off by the end of the line. And once again, WE in the early game look amazing.
And again, it's off the back of these picks, finding it in the enemy jungle, where you've got Morgan, Beishang, Teacherma going aggressive. Thought they might have turned towards that Baron, but little bit worried about the damage Eyeboy can do. He does have the Calibrum, Severum. You're still looking at Forge potentially coming back into this, so it will back away.
Kind of surprised Morgan's not going to get a couple of hits in on that tower, but realizing he needs to get back to base, he needs to be ready, because Dragon's spawning in 15 seconds. So Vici, they have to regroup right now and look towards fighting again. So just let WE snowball these dragons, because it's Infernals.
And it's actually a bit of a blessing in disguise for WE, that because now they've got the ability to stack a few more Infernals under their belt, and with this Rift Tower going down in mid, they want to put pressure on this turret. Wall.
True Shot Mirage goes through. I think they were maybe planning on going for a dive.
Well, they can just go straight towards Dragon, so they know they're safe. So WE just going to start up this Dragon. No answer from Vici, and here you're 1 and 4 on Forge. Your Felios has only got an item and a half. maybe Cube can help carry a little bit of this fight, but he's only really going to be able to deal with one person at a time.
Already has given Bei Sheng that obsidian cleaver. He's like, look, but look amazing on the graves, and I really like what you're wearing today. Have yourself a big old cleaver, carry us to victory.
Well, it sure isn't going to be Ike's, who's definitely struggled off of that early pressure from Bei Sheng. Ike's has fallen further and further behind. Trying to go for these objectives meant that he wasn't farming his own jungle, and now Bei Sheng sitting 2 levels above his opponent.
So 7-2 on the scoreboard, slowly but surely pushing this gold lead for themselves. He's got his Mana Moon, he's got his Iceborne Gauntlet, and now he gets to move in. Mondo from Vici, 3 members strong. They're going to be able to play the waves.
Teacher Ma's going to be able to get this top lane turret, which is why WE are moving up here to support him.
Go Vici, what do you do? Because the current plan is not working.
I mean, you don't do this.
They're going to get knocked up. That's the plan right now. Cube pulls someone in. Ike's can't really get in either. Missing still. It's a little bit standoffish here. Neither team really wants to fully commit to the play that was happening.
A bit messy from WE. There's no reason for you to try an A-Rep composition that can do very well with forcing Teacher Ma to draw members up, to use the aggression of Bei Sheng and Missing to set up for plays while in range of this semi-global from Teacher Ma. But now instead they're not able to follow up here with that big ultimate from Morgan.
They might look to try and force a fight after it though. John barely got away with his life there. He was a split second from being stunned by the parallel convergence. These mid lane towers now is missing. Looks towards flanks. Hit by Hung. There's no follow-up available. As Cube pulls him into the death realm. Maybe Cube can actually finish off Jomug, but Jomug's looking for the 1v1 in the death realm. Boy, pulled into the fight, finished off as well. WE continue as they mean to go on towards Forge, who gets his and the mid lane tower is finally cracked.
So well played. Morgan
cares not.
The stutter laugh is what you like to see, but it will turn towards this.
Oh, hang on. Missing. Gets kind of betrayed there by Bei Sheng. Ike's is here, but this would be a miracle steal if you were able to get it. Jomung knows he's there though. Missing knows as well. He's moved in well. A barren 10-2 scoreline and a commanding lead overall.
It's looking very, very good for WE right now, and off of just what Vici thought they could follow up on, but it's about getting this damage down so they Cube can follow it. Jomung turning this fight around in the death realm, and then in gets the face breaker, gets the pull out for iBoy, and there's nowhere for him to run to.
Just beautiful. And, you know, iBoy edge stacked up, but no one else was there to jump in. No one else was there to back him up, and it feels like Vici starting to get a little bit discombobulated in a great fight. Hung started that with a perfect catch onto Jomung. Nobody was in position though. It means that they can't group up, they can't finish any of these kills off. A real tough situation. And also importantly, Jomung got put and he's fed. So he's like, oh, they're in a, you're dead.
Exactly what Jomung wanted, and I mean, even when we consider this a defensive build with the death stance, and you hit so hard.
It does insane damage anyway. But I think that's the thing, like ultimately this just the Triforce build does even more than that. It does scientific term. Morgan is going to be looking to do Mondo damage to this tower in the bottom lane. Bei Sheng moves on over, and with the Demolish with the Baron mid.
And it's perfect for WE to just play towards these towers, push them in. You've still got Teacher Ma in range of that ultimate to come into the safety of WE if needs be, but they can Inferno Soul point as this Baron buff falls off in just over a minute.
Do you have to wait around and got that minion wave in quite the right spot to aggress at the same time? And map doesn't have teleport available right now, so it's kind of bold of them to send Teacher on top and start the dragon at the same time. Maybe it's not.
It's hard.
Vici are doing nothing.
It's hard for Vici to respond. They've got so many waves that are sure to do very much. Ike's will try and steal away a blue buff in return, but you take that trade.
Yeah, I had to take a third Drake of the game for a blue buff. That's a trade I'd be willing to make. Teachamar could be in a 1v2 here. Bear in mind, he is official. Forges not having a fun time. He's closed that CS gap, missing, looking for Ike's. Facebreaker doesn't quite land. Now Call of the Forge God. Morgan stole the red buff with the Call of the Forge God, by the way. Two-shot barrage. Not gonna connect. Vici survived for now. World Ender was used, though. WE don't
want to force Vici towards top side. They can move in here to take this mid lane turret. They're happy as they can be. And WE got item completions coming through on Beishang, Jomong, Morgan, and even Teacher Ma as well, having that Zonya's Paradox added to his repertoire thanks to Morgan's ult.
Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, this is why in the first was banned away from Teacher Ma, right? Because when they can play around this style, this is their strength. Jomong has gone way too deep, but maybe not.
Flash, Arcade Shift. So no flash available means he's a little bit easier to lock on to next time, but realistically, as long as you don't take that step among, so waiting now for these objectives to respawn on a Baron in 2 minutes. You can see a lot of 4W. It's just about as this ticking goes down, they can move in again onto Vici's side of the map and secure that vision for themselves. And then it becomes very difficult for Vici to try and enter because Cube's not really tanky enough, Forge isn't really tanky enough, and the damage WE offer right now.
We're in a real tricky situation now. Colossally behind in this game. Morgan is becoming just this game as well, so even if he's at the start of the fight taking a bunch of damage, he can just step out for a couple of minutes and come back full health.
And the thing is for Vici, trying to engage onto WE is running into face breakers for missing, you're running into Teacher Ma's ultimate.
iBoy's in trouble here, missing. He's looking for a way to get behind him. I think he's been spotted though, so iBoy should be safe. Oh, that's a catch though, they could not enough damage. Knockups from Teacher Ma into a taunt. Cube wants to flash away. Forge can't do anything as Cube strolls out of his own death realm. Nobody goes down, but that kind of favors WE as they begin hitting away. Knockup, it's only onto Cube. Can they follow up? He goes golden, and now it's onto iBoy. He's the one with the failures this time, and he's the one journeying through these health bars forced away.
Bit too far from WE. They just needed to turn towards tower and towards the inhibitor, but instead more in, or get a little bit more under their belts, and means that iBoy manages to turn it around. But you can see in that play when Vici tried to jump onto missing, he's so tanky right now with the dead man's played, even had that stopwatch still available, but he does potentially give Vici the opportunity to go towards this Baron.
If they can get this around, turn this game around even, Cube teleports off as well. Five of them, she does a lot right now. Morgan steps into the fray.
Teacher Ma has
up
smite.
onto everyone. Teacher Ma has smite indeed, but everything for Teacher Ma. Look at that kill feed. He is the Galio God.
WE come back once again and snatch Vici. Sorry.
No, I take it back. iBoy is done.
iBoy is done. We once again come out, and the boss will stay standing.
From WE, what a performance from Teacher Ma. This is why you ban his Galio. He will win the games, I don't know what is.
WE managed to bring it all. Game number one, very much on a knife's edge where it could have gone WE. But WE in game number two strike back. They find the fight, they find the Baron steal, and give you a series full of entertainment.
And you know what? We came into this series saying for both of these teams, they're going to change things up. WE did change things up in game number one. They won. It wasn't the cleanest game ever, but they won. Vici, on the other hand, we saw a different style. Might work out. Game number two, they kind of fell back to some of their comfort. Even with some crazy picks like the Aatrox in the mid lane. But game number two, the comfort didn't work. I'm not sure the
two played smart with the draft with that flex of the Aatrox in towards the jungle. Mordekaiser coming in as the last pick. But it ended up biting them in the end. He got, one or two good engaged, but Teacher Man was able to come back. He could have the bigger impact. And very quickly, we 2, 1-3, 1-4, and next thing you know, this Aatrox doesn't even matter in these team fights.
It was really rough. And on of Forge's game there was when he went and tried to that was like, okay, this is a tilted team. This is a team that is because WE, as soon as you misstep, they are going to punish you. All of their compositions are global compositions.
They stepped out of place from draft. When you moved Ike's onto this Echo, Beishang was happy as can be, rubbing his hands saying, I've got to go for this invade. Ike's is already behind just off of that play. He's got no camps, nowhere to go. Beishang is now off to a winning start. Mid lane isn't going so well. Hung, to give him his due, did a good job of helping Forge and securing that early kill, but once that's moving towards the mid lane, you've got everyone from WE, to be honest, playing around this mid lane, getting Teacher Ma back into a position where he can make these roaming plays. And you can see that is all. Make sure we get Teacher Ma out, because that's how we get our picks, that's how we snowball our advantages, and that's how they pick up the wins.
And I mean, you talk about Beishang punishing. Beishang is basically an Echo one trick, right? Or at least he used to be. If anyone knows how to punish an Echo, the fact that the rest of his team was on exactly the same page, they all worked together for it. Valiant effort there by iBoy when it comes to the damage, but ultimately this wasn't really enough of the standard team.
There was one fight where it went, okay, iBoy is really hitting hard, but it was one fight follow-up, because when you went into the pit there with the steal away coming through from Teacher Ma with the smite, and then you've got burst front coming through from Teacher Ma because everyone is grouped up at the back of the pit. It was a desperation play from Vici, and I kind of understand where they're coming from. They were losing their base, they were losing everything. It was one last snake eyes.
It did not work out for them, that is for sure. They rolled the craps, as if you're going to reference the old gambling, but yeah, I don't know. For Vici, positives now, because I talked about Coma, I talked about this being a spring team coming into summer, hoping things would be, I was hoping this would be a summer team. I was hoping spring was just like the practice round, and now we come into summer and they come out swinging. So it's just not feeling like it's all coming together for Vici.
And it feels like there's kind of a mixed match on what way they me when I looked back all the way to Demacia Cup on this Gangplank. He was playing, came into spring. We saw a little bit more of the tanks, the Orans. I wasn't the biggest fan. See him on Wukong. He looks amazing, great. We found Cube likes to play carry orientated, big engage for Cube right now. And then looking towards Ike's, hasn't really found his footing. Forge is still going towards these melee bruisers in the mid lane. The assassin good for quite a while on these champions. And then you're looking down towards the bottom lane. iBoy, hit or miss on some days, and especially feels like there's a couple members here that are still trying to get to grips with how they want to play the game, what champions they want to be able to function on, and footing in these fights.
It's really rough, and you know, it's kind of. I was hopeful for Vici this split, and I so far, but let's not be too melodramatic about it. We're only 3 series into the split for them, so they have 13 series left to turn. They nearly made it to playoffs. It's these kind of games though that they do need to start winning. Maybe might be in that race for 8th place, although to be honest, the way WE are playing, I think they're going to be way beyond 8th place.
I love watching WE. I genuinely very much, I gotta say, because
Morgan's my hero.
The way they play around, I was gonna say the way they play around Teacher Ma, the way, the picks that they're consistently able to find, the way Teacher Ma enables Morgan, or not Morgan, you've got him in my head now. Missing his play and getting in aggressive, following in the footsteps of whoever goes into the jungle or the river. If they need help, well, Teacher Ma's always going to, even the Predator Rumble that we've seen from him. So it opens up a lot of avenues for WE to play a very different style of league. Though teams have been able to somewhat figure out a play against them, it's still a very definitive style that they're working with incredibly well.
Yeah, I can't disagree at all. And honestly, one of the biggest things for WE that we always criticize John. Like, I feel like we actually go a little bit mean.
Where you go with it? I'm waiting to see where you're going with this.
Look, games are in a little bit. I'm not going to lie. He stood out of position quite a few times. But in summer, he hasn't been just getting caught out of position as much. And, like, I feel like he is becoming the carry that WE needs him to be, because ultimately, late game damage that they have on the team.
Yeah, it's more the caveats that you have to add on to these sentences, which is why I can't fully believe in them.
Do you know what?
Still a bit coin flippy for me, but definitely I do agree. The team is still being able to play around him a little bit better, but for me, you saw it even on the Aphelios in game number 1. Out of position every so often, getting caught out, but still he looks amazing.
Well, the only caveat I'm going to put on anything is an MVP, because Jomung, just to prove for that game, he had a beautiful snipe with his true shot barrage coming on through earlier on in the game.
And this is his second MVP of the day now. He picked now in game number 2 as well. He's looking real strong on this Ezreal, and we're starting to see just how good now that they've got this skill shot slinging champion.
Look at that combo. Just, I feel like that was more of a Teacher Ma play, honestly. I don't know during that kill feed, but
just to rub it in.
Yeah,
that's pretty much it.
The coordination as well, and then obviously just finishes off boy. That was just like, I am so far ahead of you. There's no way you can fight me, buddy. But yeah, Jomung, amazing performance, gets the MVP. As you rightly say, second time in the series.
And I have to say, he is definitely coming back into the form that we want to see him in more WE, that they've now got as Beishang that they could use this space through with Teacher Ma, but you've got Jomung as that late game insurance on these AD carries, because it's more sometimes in the lane that he starts to go a bit all over the place, but when you get to these team fights, he's late game team fights, he's incredibly strong.
He's looking fantastic, and the mechanics sometimes goes a little bit awry. That's going to be the end of our second series, and that means it's going to be the round out of our day. That's not a real sense results and how it's all panned out. The first series was fully nuts with missing a smite. If you missed that, go back and watch the VODs. It was hilarious.
Don't do it to yourself. Don't do it to yourself.
BLG win this series 2-1 over E-Star in a pretty massive up.
BLG coming out looking fantastic in that game number 3 and continue that form. Love to see it, but they haven't been able to keep it up. But Vici versus WE, another series that definitely put on a show for us today. Win here, but definitely not looking as clean in game number 1, thanks to Vici with this early game composition.
Yeah, honestly, we had 4 amazing games in a row there today, and then obviously the 5th game, WE kind of ran away with things a little bit. Forge gave him a small battle in the early game, and that was about it. Tomorrow, we've got some more games coming your way. It's going to be me and Lyric talking you through EMO. We'll be following that up with Top Esports, who look insane right now, up against OMG, who don't look so hot.
And the beauty about watching Top Esports is, look, you know you're going to get some incredible plays. But my eyes are on you, Onjia, because this guy has been improving so damn much on this team.
And he was the guy that everyone was saying is the big weakness for top esports. If he can kind of cover some of those weaknesses a little bit, all he has to be is good, and that's the best team in the world, right? That's a pretty like reasonable requirement when you've got that level of talent behind you. Or just land the hooks every now and then, you're good.
And that's exactly what he's been doing. He's looked great on the thresh. He's starting to come out into his own in champions like Yumi as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can put out against OMG, who have already been struggling. They're really starting to fall behind, and they need to start picking up wins somewhere. And I don't know if it's top esports is really the
another game in the books. It's another day in the books. We're going to round things out here. Thank you very much, everyone at home, for watching. It's been real. It's been fun. It's been real fun when the LPL continues.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh.
了。